several child welfare programs, including Title 4B of the Social Security Act. This program provides critical resources to states with the mission of preventing child abuse and neglect, supporting family reunification, and promoting adoption for children in foster care. The last time Congress reformed these programs in any significant way was in 2008, and the authorization lapsed in the fiscal year 2021. Over the past year, this committee has proactively conducted a top-to-bottom review. We have held more hearings on the subject than the last 8 congressional sessions combined. We have heard from people engaged in the child welfare system day in and day out, including caseworkers, state administrators, and former foster youth. From our review, it is clear that the child welfare system faces a number of challenges, including relatives that take care of children, also known as kinship care. They need more help and support. Almost 1 in 3 social workers leaves every year, leading to a severe caseworker shortage. Bureaucratic red tape from Washington gets in the way of caseworkers caring for children. Families have slow hearings with family courts and lack access to lawyers. Unfair barriers facing Native American tribes trying to keep their families together. And trauma and mental health issues experienced by older foster youth. In addition to many families experiencing poverty, are wrongly accused of child neglect, when what they really need is community support. Poverty should not be the sole reason a child is removed from their homes. One particular case from Washington County, Missouri, sticks with me. A mom and 4 kids were living in a shed with no central heat, no refrigeration, no running water, no beds, and little food. Those children went into custody because of these concerning conditions and hygiene difficulties that would obviously accompany problems of this type. 3 years passed between the time the children were removed from their home and the time the court deemed mom's living arrangements insufficient, even though she had made substantive improvements to both her housing and transportation situation. The court deemed a 1-bedroom apartment, quote, too small, and a 3-bedroom house with her boyfriend's children, quote, too cramped. This resulted in termination of her parental rights. In Missouri, the state estimates it costs $30,000 per year to have a child in foster care. This particular case cost the taxpayers $360,000. Spending even a fraction of those funds at the front end could have provided this family with adequate housing, laundry, and bathroom facilities, and assistance in obtaining and maintaining employment. It also would have kept the children with their mother and spared them the trauma caused by separation. I'm committed to addressing this issue and appreciate the support and collaboration of my friend Representative Gwen Moore. In some cases, we know living with one's family is not possible, and we should work to ensure services provided to foster children meet their unique needs and protect them from abuse and neglect. For the 19,000 children who age out of foster care each year, we must pursue solutions that support these older youth in successfully transitioning into adulthood. A bipartisan coalition of Republican and Democrat members on this committee have introduced 16 bills aimed at enhancing and strengthening 4B and supporting community-based organizations dedicated to improving outcomes for American children and families. We also look forward to hearing from our witnesses today. A few months ago, I had the great pleasure of meeting with one of our witnesses, Ms. Paris Hilton. She shared an incredible story of suffering physical and psychological abuse at a congregate care facility as a teenager. What happened to her should never happen to any child in America. Since that difficult experience, Paris has used her platform to shine a spotlight on abuse in the child welfare system. Standing with her are many foster youth who have also experienced abuse and trauma at a moment when they needed love and support most. I'm grateful to each and every one of our witnesses for joining us today. I eagerly anticipate working with members of this committee on both sides of the aisle on Title IV-B. This reauthorization is crucial to strengthening child welfare and protecting America's children. I'm pleased to recognize the ranking member, Mr. Neal, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to thank you for calling today's hearing. And as I look out at the audience today, I think it's safe to say that this is the first time in my congressional experience that it would look as though the average age of Congress was about 25. As we look ahead to the reauthorization of Title IV-B, we must work together on comprehensive action to help our nation's young people in times of turbulence. All youth deserve a safe, stable environment that will allow them to learn and fully experience life. We hope and believe that most youth can find that within their own families, sometimes with a little extra help. For those where foster care is the only option, we have a special responsibility to protect them from abuse and further turmoil, and also to deliver supports that will let them set out on a path to success and limit the time they spend in the care of others. I want to thank all of those who have shared their lived experiences with us today, including our panelists. In particular, say thanks to you for being with us today, knowing your own schedules. Learning directly from the source allows us to better safeguard our nation's youth, keep them safe, and strengthen their families. I'm thrilled that many consensus bills have recently been introduced in this space. Our Worker and Family Support Subcommittee ranking member, Danny Davis, is working with his counterpart, Chairman LaHood, to lead legislation to deepen the relationships between foster children and their incarcerated parents. We know how important strong parent-child relationships are to success, and strengthening these relationships will help to sow the seeds of unity for tomorrow. Social Security Subcommittee ranking member Mr. Larson wants to expand the use of child welfare funds for family resources, along with Congressman Carey. Let me say to our panelists and others today, I know something about Social Security survivor benefits. But for those benefits, I don't know what my sisters and I would have done, but the goodwill and graciousness of an aunt and a grandmother who took us in. Vice Ranking Member Chu is spearheading an effort today to protect Native American children, keeping them with their tribes whenever possible, and ensuring states are following the requirements of the Indian Child Welfare Act. Congressman Kildee and Feenstra are working to expand the availability of evidence-based interventions to keep children out of foster care, which is complemented by legislation that is led by Congresswoman Moore and Congressman Adrian Smith to ensure child welfare agencies are guided by lived experiences. Centering our work around these most affected is so critical, and it's how we create meaningful policy. Congresswoman Moore worked with our chairman on legislation to prevent separation of families when they find themselves in a crisis, largely due to poverty. Congressman Panetta and Stubbe teamed up to better understand what's happening at youth residential programs and safeguard them from abuse. Finally, Congresswoman Chu and Congressman Blake Moore are leading a bill to invest in court improvement programs, allowing family courts to better work with the foster care system and easing that burden on all. I know there are other bipartisan collaborations still in progress, and I look forward to those further strengthening our work. I thank all of the members of our leadership and their commitment to our nation's future. Our children are just that, and by investing in this success, we are building a collective opportunity that we owe to our most vulnerable citizens, not only to help them to survive, but we want them to thrive. With that, let me yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. I will now introduce each of our witnesses. The first witness will be Ms. Paris Hilton, a lived experience advocate and CEO of 1111 Media. We have Mr. Rob Geen is a Bipartisan Policy Center Fellow and the Chair of Board of Trustees for the Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption. We have Tori Hope Peterson is an author, speaker, and advocate. And we have Alexis Mansfield, a Senior Advisor for Children and Families and Relationship Safety at the Women's Justice Institute. Thank you all for joining us today. Your written statements will be made part of the hearing record, and you each have 5 minutes to deliver remarks. We'll start with you, Ms. Hilton.
Thank you. Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Neal, and members of the committee, I appreciate the opportunity to be here today to discuss how to improve care for the nearly 400,000 children that are living in the foster care system as we speak. While my experience was not through the foster care system, I know from personal experience the harm that is caused by being placed in youth residential treatment facilities. When I was 16 years old, I was ripped from my bed in the middle of the night and transported across state lines to the first of 4 youth residential treatment facilities. These programs promised healing, growth, and support, but instead did not allow me to speak, move freely, or even look out a window for 2 years. I was force-fed medications and sexually abused by the staff. I was violently restrained and dragged down hallways, stripped naked, and thrown into solitary confinement. My parents were completely deceived, lied to, and manipulated by this for-profit industry about the inhumane treatment I was experiencing. So can you only imagine the experience for youth who are placed by the state and don't have people regularly checking in on them? I attended facilities with foster and adopted youth, and I heard their testimony that they feel like they were forgotten, being shipped from facility to facility their whole childhoods. Today, residential facilities are continuing to warehouse over 50,000 foster youth and unknown number of adopted youth in lockdown facilities. Innocent kids who have not committed crimes, kids whose parents didn't have resources to support them, kids whose parents passed away, kids who have already experienced trauma. This $23 billion a year industry sees this population as dollar signs and operates without meaningful oversight. It costs approximately $800 to $1,000 per day to place a foster youth in a facility, significantly more expensive than serving them in their own communities. What is more important, protecting business profits or protecting foster youth lives? 16-year-old Cornelius Fredericks was placed in a facility because his mom tragically died and his dad was in prison. His life ended after being tackled and violently restrained by 8 staff members for nearly 10 minutes after innocently throwing a sandwich in the cafeteria. They killed him on the floor of the lunchroom in front of dozens of other children. Emergency services had been called 300 times in the year leading up to his death, with 56 violations substantiated by the state. The state could have prevented this. Jasion Terry's life ended at just 7 years old. In his final hours, he was publicly shamed, verbally abused, left in his room alone for nearly 6 hours, and physically restrained by staff members until he lost consciousness. When first responders arrived, there was vomit in his mouth and throat, running down his cheeks and onto the floor. Why can't we as a society see that these kids are hurting? They need love and kindness, not beatings and restraints. As a mom, these stories break my heart. When your child is born, your heart is full of love of all hopes and dreams you have for them. I assure you that these were not the dreams that were envisioned for Cornelius, Jasion, and thousands more who have suffered immensely. I am here to be the voice for the children whose voices can't be heard. While this committee has the responsibility to move bipartisan solutions forward to protect them, I strongly advocate for the reauthorization of Title 4B. Families need resources and support so they don't need to come into the child welfare system in the first place. For children who do end up in foster care, we cannot allow them to grow up in facilities. The treatment these kids have had to endure is criminal. These kids deserve to grow up in safe, family-centered environments. I will not stop until America's youth is safe. I've helped pass 9 state laws on this issue. I am strongly advocating for the federal bipartisan Stop Institutional Child Abuse Act. I supported the Senate Finance Committee report, Warehouses of Neglect, that validates everything those with lived experience have been saying. And I recently went to Jamaica to support and find appropriate placements for American adopted youth who had been raped, waterboarded with a hose, and held in solitary confinement in a facility internationally. Their parents had adopted them when they were young, promised them a better life, and then shipped them off to an international facility to be warehoused there until they turned 18. How could we let this happen to them? Progress isn't an option anymore. It's a life or death responsibility. If you are a child in the system, hear my words. I see you, I believe you, I know what you're going through, and I won't give up on you. You are important, your future is important, and you deserve every opportunity to be safe and supported. Congress, please join me in creating a world where all children have a right to family, love, education, and the support they need. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Hilton. Mr. Green, Mr. Geen, you are now recognized.
Thank you. Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Neal, and distinguished members of the committee. As has been mentioned, I am currently a fellow at the Bipartisan Policy Center and chair of the Board of Trustees at the Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption. Over the past 35 years, I have worked in research, philanthropy, and advocacy to advance data-driven reforms to improve our nation's child welfare system. During this entire period, bipartisanship has been a defining feature of federal child welfare legislation. In 1993, Congress created Title IV-B Subpart 2, now known as the Mary Lee Allen Promoting Safe and Stable Families programs. While it is a relatively small program compared to the Title IV-E entitlement that supports foster care and adoption, 4B has been a critical source of flexible funding available to states and tribes, enabling them to craft innovations that address the specific circumstances in their own communities. Compared to Title IV-E, states and tribes can use 4B funds to serve a broader range of children, youth, and families with a wider variety of services. In this way, 4B serves as a critical complement to Title IV-E funding. Title IV-B also includes dedicated funding for key functions of the child welfare system, including the Court Improvement Program. However, 2 decades of steady erosion to the program's funding has limited the impact that Title IV-B can now have. With my time, I'd like to share several findings from an intensive 50-state landscape analysis conducted by the Bipartisan Policy Center's Child Welfare Initiative. An overarching finding from our research is that while polarizing rhetoric often overshadows discussions of common ground, there are in fact many areas of agreement. For example, there is overwhelming support for the vision of the Family First Prevention Services Act. There is recognition that high-quality, short-term therapeutic residential interventions are needed for a small number of children. There is also strong support for redoubling efforts to prevent child abuse and neglect and invest in family preservation services. At the same time, there are frustrations in the field over the implementation of Family First. Many states are struggling to increase capacity of alternatives to residential settings as they seek to eliminate the use of non-therapeutic group homes. There is insufficient community-based service capacity to meet the high needs of youth in the system, especially effective mental health services. States and tribes are running into barriers in taking full advantage of the prevention funding available as a result of Family First. This includes concerns about the Prevention Services Clearinghouse and how funding can be used to meet the concrete needs of families. There is widespread concern that child welfare is becoming a catch-all system, being asked to make up for the failures of other systems, resulting in children and families being inappropriately involved with child welfare authorities. States are starting to address this by clarifying their definitions of neglect, making improvements in mandatory reporting and investigations, and enhancing legal representation for both children and parents. There is widespread recognition of the challenges states and tribes face in maintaining a qualified workforce. There is considerable appreciation for the positive progress achieved in supporting kinship families, and yet recognition that there is far more work we need to do to make sure that all kin can adequately care for children. There is a strong desire to improve the outcomes for older youth involved in the system, and frustration with the persistent challenges we face in meeting the basic needs of youth aging out of foster care at age 18. Other topics that garnered significant interest and widespread support include strengthening the Indian Child Welfare Act, reducing the administrative burden that accompanies federal funding, especially for tribes, while also improving system oversight and accountability, creating more flexible funding options that allow states and tribes to meet unique community needs, and finally, continuing to expand the evidence base for child welfare interventions. I'll end by recognizing the numerous bills introduced by members of this committee seek to address many of the challenges I've just listed. I want to thank you for your continued commitment to keeping children safe and supporting families, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, sir. Mrs. Peterson, you are now recognized.
Good morning. I'm grateful to be here, and I'm thankful to Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Neal, and the members of the committee for convening this hearing on reauthorizing Title IV-B. I went into the foster care system twice in my life due to the physical and emotional abuse I endured. I hoped that going into the foster care system would allow me to escape the chaos of my first family, but instead I entered into a different form of chaos when I entered the system, and I moved through 12 different homes during my time in care. Eventually, I moved in with a foster mom who took me to church regularly, and I was reunited with a woman named Tanya, who, when I lived with my mom, would come and pick me up when situations would become volatile. Tanya worked for a nonprofit that mentored kids coming from hard places, and she became a mentor to me. The leadership of my church allowed me opportunities and encouraged me to share my story. By witnessing their love for me and other kids in the foster care system, I began to believe that Jesus might love me too, and I gained a confidence that I didn't have before. At the same time, I was running track in high school, and my track coach became my father figure. After I aged out of the foster care system, he invited me into his home, and under his training, I became a 5-time state champion in track, which allowed me to go to college on a full scholarship and become a part of the 3% of former foster youth to obtain a bachelor's degree when I graduated from Hillsdale College in 2018. Now I'm an author and public speaker. I share my story to help organizations raise funds to serve vulnerable children. I help communities and churches become equipped to fulfill the call of James 1:27, which is to care for the orphan and the widow. And my greatest honor is that I'm a wife and a mom. I have 2 biological children, an adopted adult son. My husband and I are kinship providers for my biological sibling, and we're also foster parents. As I look back on my experience, I see the crucial role my community, nonprofits, and church played to bring me to where I am today, and I believe that I wouldn't be where I am without them. It has been over 10 years since I aged out of the foster care system, and there was not as much government assistance as there is today for youth coming out of care. Outside of being on food stamps for about 6 months, I received no financial support or government assistance after I aged out. This experience taught me the value of hard work. I earned and saved money by working in a factory, in a diner as a waitress, and through various internships from organizations in my church. Handouts in the form of checks made me feel more like a charity case, but having a community of people believing in me enough to empower me, give me purposeful jobs, and mentor me to gain the skills needed to live a prosperous life is what has helped me break generational cycles of poverty, abuse, neglect, homelessness, and so on. Over the past couple of years, my husband and I have mentored a handful of former foster youth by volunteering for a local nonprofit. We witnessed them live off of free housing and stipends given to them while not maintaining work. We see these young adults continually fall out of these programs and into homelessness because these resources are not long-term solutions to the problems these youth face. Real relationships, connectedness, and love are. As the famous quote states, "Give a man a fish and you feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime." More plainly, we could offer youth housing, or we could invest in them being taught the skills to acquire housing themselves, which could result in them having an investment to offer future generations, in turn, breaking generational cycles of poverty. When I was in foster care, I remember receiving a duffel bag of hair products I couldn't use, a teddy bear I was too old for, and many other products that went untouched. Now, when a foster child moves into our home, we receive 2 duffel bags full of useless products. While the emphasis of this movement started with the pure intention of not letting any foster child carry their belongings around in a garbage bag, I feel it is now an oversaturated movement to make the giver feel like they've done their part. We are here because our part is not done. I point to this illustration because it's an imperfect example of how society treats foster youth as a whole. Throw money at kids rather than invest time to nurture relationships with them. Isolate young adults in free housing rather than welcoming them in, or at least showing them how to obtain housing with a roommate like most young adults do so they're not so alone. These kids are all of our kids, and we justify treating them like they're not by handing them bags, clothes, products, and not our presents. While it is Title IV-E that offers youth in foster care these tangible resources and addresses these issues, it is crucial that we address Title IV-E alongside Title IV-B, because right now it seems that the system is giving young adults basic necessities that they need to survive, but when we invest in them to have strong and authentic relationships in their communities, we give them what they need to thrive. I was fortunate enough to form relationships with community members like my track coach, Tanya, and others from my church. And over time, they became the people who filled the role of my family. What they've given me, taught me, and how they have guided me has been invaluable. If we want young adults to learn self-governance, they need to be taught skills for their adulthood, and they also need caring adults to continue to guide them into adulthood. It's important that federal funding streams like Title IV-B are updated to meet the current challenges in the child welfare system. A special emphasis should be placed on community relationships and the role they play in helping youth gain the valuable skills they need for adulthood. If you're a child or youth coming from a hard place, I hope you hear that you are deserving of love, and there is a beautiful purpose and plan for your life. I want to especially express gratitude to Chairman Smith for offering me the opportunity to advocate for youth in this way and finding value in my lived experience as a former foster youth, but more importantly, as a child of God. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Mansfield, you are now recognized.
Thank you. My name is Alexis Mansfield, and I'm the Senior Advisor at the Women's Justice Institute on issues related to children and families. I'd like to thank Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Neal, and the members of the committee for the opportunity to testify about how to strengthen the child welfare system and protect America's children. I would also like to thank Representatives Davis and LaHood for introducing H.R. 8799, the Parent Act. The Women's Justice Institute, or WJI, is a national think and do tank based in Chicago that works to address women's mass incarceration. In addition, I'm the director of the Incarcerated Survivors Program at Ascend Justice, a civil legal aid organization focused on survivors of domestic violence and parents impacted by the child welfare system. I also sit on the Commission on Children of Incarcerated Parents and the Illinois Department of Corrections Adult Advisory Board. Before I was a lawyer, I was a teacher in the Chicago public school system for 8 years. One time, about halfway through the school year, the principal came into my classroom with a little 6-year-old boy and told me that he was my student now because he'd been kicked out of the other 2 classrooms. That first day, I met with him privately, and I asked, "What do you need?" He replied, "I want to write my mom." He explained that his mom was in prison and that his last teacher had told him that he couldn't send letters to her because she was a bad person. I told him he could write, he could draw, whatever he wanted to send to her. From that moment on, he changed completely. Knowing what I know now, I would not have just let him write her. I would have found a way to engage her in his education. But the fact remains, what he truly needed was his mom. And this is a pattern I see again and again with children. In 2016, I co-founded the Reunification Ride with several other organizations. This monthly program, which is now housed at the WJI, brings children of incarcerated mothers to visit them in child-friendly settings, to bond as families and to be together with other children sharing the same experiences. We sometimes have to skip a month as we rely on private funding and crowdsourcing, and we don't always have enough money to go. But usually once a month, approximately 40 children and caregivers make the journey 3 hours each way from Chicago, and sometimes even Indiana or Michigan. Hundreds of families have participated. We work with the Department of Corrections to create child-friendly processes and environments. This year, we also assisted in creating a Father's Day program at the neighboring men's prison for over 60 children. When we arrive and walk from the prison gatehouse to the gym, the kids start to walk a little bit faster and faster. And by the time we get to the gym, several of the children are in all-out runs. They jump and leap onto their mothers, holding them tight in their arms. I remember the time that one 10-year-old girl who had not seen her mother in person in several years came with us. Within 5 minutes of seeing each other, she had whispered to her mom that she was being abused. We were able to get her moved to a safe home within days. In Illinois, we have several model programs that promote critical bonds between children and their incarcerated parents. Unfortunately, children in foster care are excluded from almost all programs. For example, with the Reunification Ride, caseworkers from the Department of Children and Family Services will contact us explaining they have no way of transporting children or staff to bring them, and will ask us if we will instead. We have to say no, because we have been unable to find a single private insurance company that will allow us to have foster youth participate. We also have two rare important programs at Decatur Correctional Center. One is called the Moms and Babies Program, where newer pregnant mothers can live with their babies, and the other is a housing unit called the Reunification Wing, where children are able to spend full days with their mothers. Children in the foster care system are not allowed to participate in either program, despite the fact that foster youth are more likely to not live with relatives and to not be able to visit without support. Ensuring visits between foster youth and their incarcerated parents supports individual court decisions that in-person visitation for the child and their parent is appropriate and beneficial for the child. The majority of parents are in jail or prison because of charges completely unrelated to their children, and their children need and deserve a chance for healthy bonding. Certainly, we do not want foster youth to feel punished by being denied these opportunities. There are many ways for systems to collaborate, including improved supplemental visitation options, ensuring incarcerated parents can access abuse hotlines, aligning service plans with available programming, and increasing access to legal services. Funding and incentives for collaboration between correction systems, child welfare systems, and private organizations is vital for children to bond, for family reunification, and to ensure that children are protected from harm. Studies have shown that nurturing these bonds also reduces recidivism and represents a critical opportunity to prevent intergenerational incarceration. This bill is an excellent way to demonstrate how we can give foster youth and their incarcerated parents meaningful opportunities to bond and promote healthy relationships. Thank you all for supporting families.
Thank each of you for your testimony. We'll start with the question and answer session. Ms. Hilton, experience with congregate care facilities, and you've been a champion for individuals impacted by their experiences in those care environments, especially teenagers. As you know, this committee is currently working on reauthorizing the child welfare programs and looking at how we can ensure additional resources are available to foster youth and children in need, with a focus on keeping them in their homes and united with their families. Based on your experiences, is that a priority you believe we should be focused on, and what reforms do you think we should be considering to achieve these goals?
Thank you for the question, Chairman Smith, and thank you so much for visiting the facilities. I want to applaud the committee for taking the time to consider how to improve the foster care system. These youth don't have a voice, and anyone checking in on them on their well-being. Locking kids in facilities is harmful, and from my own experience, has caused me severe post-traumatic stress disorder and trauma that I'll have for the rest of my life. We need to reauthorize Title 4B and invest in kinship care, placement with a relative, as youth should be with family or adults who know and love them. I would also like to see the Stop Institutional Child Abuse Act passed, as we need more transparency of what is happening in treatment facilities serving foster youth. The cost of treatment is 5 times more in a facility than community-based services. It is a completely ineffective use of funds, and it hurts the kids and costs the taxpayers more.
Thank you. Mr. Geen, I think we can all agree that no child should be left in a home where they are suffering true neglect or abuse. At the same time, I hope that we all can agree that keeping children in their homes with their parents is the best course of action, so long as the child's well-being is not threatened. Unfortunately, in Missouri and other states, a large percentage of cases where children are being removed from homes due to, quote, neglect, or situations where the primary factor is poverty, not actual neglect or abuse on the part of the parents. Rather than resorting to removing children from their homes and their parents, what changes might we make to Title 4B to address the situation, and how might we go about collecting better data to help them potentially with those potential reforms?
I very much appreciate the question, particularly about data, because I do think we need to be data-driven in our decisions about how to use concrete needs, funding for concrete needs to support families. As I mentioned in my testimony, states are looking at their definitions of child neglect And yet policy is only so far in addressing the problem. When a caseworker or a mandated reporter or a judge has a family in front of them, they have a difficult determination in, is this family just suffering from material deprivation, or do they need child welfare intervention? So figuring out how Title IV-B can be a resource for concrete services is key. I will mention outside of Title IV-B, looking at the 4E Prevention Clearinghouse, there are many folks who will suggest that concrete needs need to be supported when they're delivered as part of a larger evidence-based program, and that's something to consider as well.
Thank you. Ms. Peterson, yours is an inspiring story and one that speaks to the important role community-based organizations play in our child welfare system. Based on your experience as a foster youth and now as an advocate for foster care reform, what changes do you see as needed to make sure that government is a helpful partner and not a harmful hindrance to the many private organizations working throughout our communities today to support those in foster care, including faith-based organizations?
I believe we must have youth advisory boards and include those with lived experience to speak into policy if we want to see the child welfare system be improved. As a foster child and a foster mom, I felt unheard by local caseworkers who have a lot of power locally, because really the rules you make here are oftentimes not followed by caseworkers there. An example of this would be in 2014, the Normalcy Act passed, saying that youth in foster care can have the same privileges as youth who do not live in foster care. Yet I am still advocating and fighting for my teen foster daughter the same way I had to advocate for myself to have normalcy when I was in care 10 years ago. As a youth, I did once have a representative advocate for me at a local level, and it was very effective. The county saw that they didn't hold all the power, and they had to be held accountable for their actions. While I know representatives have so many issues that they have to balance, holding local meetings with counties where foster youth and foster parents speak about their experience and what they need help changing in their counties would make a world of difference. What we are doing here needs to be grassroots, and we need representatives present for effective change.
Thank you. I want to thank all our witnesses. There are 2 votes that have been called on the floor. The committee will recess immediately following the ranking member's questions. So I would encourage any members, they will be closing the board, they said within 20 minutes. So I would encourage you to get there and then get back as soon as possible after 2 votes, and we'll continue. The ranking member.
Thank you. And Ms. Hilton, one of the things that we've learned from the committee is that when we listen to people telling us about their own experiences, it can be very helpful and certainly enhance better policies for people like them. So I was honored recently to receive the Fostering Visionary Change Award from the National Foster Youth Initiative. They were really surprised when I told my own story and pointed out in reference to the testimony that has been so capably offered this morning that no social service agency ever checked on us. We just moved in with an aunt and a grandmother. But I want to reiterate the genius of Mr. Roosevelt's Survivor Benefits Initiative from Social Security, because that helped keep us together. And in reference to Mrs. Peterson's comments, both the people that I've just talked about with great reverence were very religious. And they just saw this not as an opportunity to do this or do that as much as it was, you're just supposed to do it. And they accepted that responsibility. So the value of your experience and Ms. Hilton's experience this morning, I want to give you a couple of minutes each, if you could, to talk about that as you've enhanced and advocated for those who fall outside the protection sometimes of the system. Ms. Hilton or Ms. Peterson?
Thank you for that question. I think for children of incarcerated parents, that's especially an important question to consider. Parental incarceration is an adverse childhood experience, or an ACE, just by having a parent who's incarcerated. And it's often necessary for family members to step in through informal kinship care, not through any system. And you are correct, one of the big challenges that children of incarcerated parents face is that there is nobody tracking them, there is no hub to consider their needs. They are very siloed in different systems. And one of the unique factors between the incarceration of men and women is what happens to their children when they're incarcerated. it is an ACE no matter who is incarcerated of the parents. But when a father is incarcerated, approximately 90% of the time, their children go to the children's mother, and they remain in the family. And when a mother is incarcerated, the children go to the father about 25% of the time. And 75% of the time, they are with somebody who is not one of their parents. About 10 to 15% of the time for mothers, that's foster care, and about 3% of the time for fathers, that's foster care. But what happens to that other 60% of children? You're correct that a huge number of them are in informal care, and the services just do not exist. Even basic legal services like creating guardianships so whoever's caring for the child can take them to the doctor, so that they can access benefits, so that they can know what they're entitled to. And so that is a really important factor, and I appreciate you bringing that up.
One of the reasons I think it's so crucial to lean on the church for this is because the value of Christian faith is hospitality. After I emancipated, people did not just give me clothes or come and furnish my apartment and peace out. They let me live with them, so I wasn't homeless, so I wasn't alone, so I had a family, and so I had an example of how to build a life for my family. When we grow up in dysfunction, it can be easy to know that we don't want that, but we often don't know how to get what we do want for our own family because we haven't had it modeled for us. I had people who let me into their home, who I could learn from firsthand, who modeled to me what a good family was so I could have it myself. Above all else, I believe that we need radical hospitality.
Ranking Member Neal, your story is so instructive because the vast majority of children who are living with relatives are doing so outside of the child welfare system. And our entire safety net, including all the programs under your jurisdiction, were designed with nuclear families in mind. And so kinship caregivers often struggle to get basic assistance that they need to care for children. I will also note that we tend to think of kinship care just as a placement resource versus an opportunity to prevent placement in the first place. Relatives can be wrapped around birth parents when they're struggling to prevent placement.
I think it's so important to listen to youth voices about foster care. It is so crucial because the ones who've experienced it are the ones who should have a seat at the table. They know the best, and I hope that everyone here prioritizes people with lived experience as they are the true experts.
Thank you. The committee will recess until immediately following the last vote of the series. Thank you. The committee will come back to order. I now recognize Mr. Buchanan from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity. And I want to also thank our witnesses. I know Ms. Hilton has been in my office, and a lot of other offices up here on the Hill. So you're relentless. And I'm a grandfather of 10 children, 9 and under. And but I read that the country is made up of 25% are kids, but they make up 100% of the future. So exactly your work and the committee's work is huge. I thought I'd just ask you, what are the things you said you've been involved with 9 different states, are the biggest potential impacts that we can help you and others to get the best return for the taxpayer, but have the biggest impact in terms of our kids in the country? I know there's a lot of needs, and it's very easy to get pushed in one direction or another, but what would be your couple of big things that we can make a big difference in and weigh in on?
Thank you so much. I appreciate your kind words and appreciate your question. And I'm working at both the federal and state level to enact change. At the federal level, I want to see Title 4B reauthorized, and I want to see the Stop Institutional Child Abuse Act passed to provide transparency and data collection. At the state level, I've helped to outlaw abusive practices like restraint and seclusion, increased licensing requirements with unannounced site visits, required proper reporting, and increased private communication with families and their child so they can report abuse if it's occurring. All of this helps to reform these facilities, and I will not stop until all youth are safe.
Thank you, Mr. Geen. Let me ask you, obviously you've been involved for a lot of years. As you look out there, what more can we weigh in again, as I mentioned with her, the biggest takeaways for us today in terms of policies or practices or things that have made a difference in various states or here in Washington?
So I think the biggest thing that we can do is invest in the alternatives to what we know is not good for children, which is residential treatment when it's unnecessary. So we need to start by investing in keeping families together. And then for the relatively small number of children who do need to be removed, we need to invest in family, which includes kinship caregivers and non-kin family foster care.
Yeah, Mrs. Peterson, you have an incredible story. All of you do. And you said you had a mentor, but you must have had other people that were supportive that made a difference in your life along the way. And then I was going to ask you, how does your faith make a difference in terms of you getting through this process?
I think that my faith gives me purpose to continue. So many youth in foster care struggle with mental health issues, and faith is not this Band-Aid that slaps on and heals all. But I do believe that faith gives me a purpose to continue and to persevere when my mental health has been hard, when the trauma comes back, and when the effects of foster care play out in adulthood. Yeah, I think a continuous purpose is what my faith offers me.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Certainly the stories that you've told today are compelling, and they focus new attention on this problem, and the work you're doing as advocates, the work you're doing, Ms. Mansfield, very touching, the impact that you're having. Unfortunately, the stories you're telling may be unique, but they're not new to this committee. We've heard about these problems for years, and the question is what we will do about them and what kind of resources we will devote to solving problems that the committee's left unsolved in the past. So much of the abuse, I believe, results primarily from the failure of states like my home state of Texas to provide either adequate funding or appropriate oversight and enforcement of the foster care system, residential treatment facilities. Texas has a truly disgraceful distinction of one of the highest rates of child abuse and neglect fatalities in the country. Children die because the state is negligent and indifferent to their needs. What little oversight we have in Texas today is mostly the result of the work of United States District Judge Janice Jack, who has sought reform over the determined obstruction of the Abbott administration and before that the Perry administration. For over a decade, Judge Jack has penalized Texas for violating the constitutional rights of foster children to be free from unreasonable risk of harm. Thanks to continued interference by the Fifth Circuit, who's responsible for so many other wrong decisions, Judge Jack's work has been more limited than she would have liked it to be to hold Texas accountable for weakened time restrictions again and again. Appointed court monitors have reported little improvement in the foster care system despite 13 years of ongoing litigation and supervision. Earlier this year, she ordered a $100,000 per day fine against the state of Texas for routinely neglecting to adequately investigate and respond to allegations of abuse and neglect. In one outrageous example identified during a compliance hearing just this past December, the state of Texas failed to remove and prosecute a staff member accused of raping a young girl under his care at a residential facility. The girl had remained exposed to the worker for over a year until she was dumped into an emergency room alone with her jaw broken in 2 places. So the saddest part of your stories, I believe, is that they keep reoccurring, these kind of incidents, when states fail to do the job. And while the principal responsibility rests with the states, this committee could do much more. When I personally served about a decade ago as the ranking member of what was then called the Human Resources Subcommittee, I strongly advocated for much stronger federal funding to ensure the safety of these children. Foster parents need more support, particularly when caring for the special needs of children, and we must strengthen our caseworker workforce to increase the visits and the counseling. Ultimately, robust investments were never approved in the committee, following a long Republican tradition on the committee to insist that any improvements in the investments in the foster care system must be at the expense of other children under the jurisdiction of what was then the Human Resources Subcommittee. Even a proposal that I advanced that wouldn't have raised taxes but would simply have required the filing of a tax form for alimony payments and generated $2 billion to protect our children was rejected, and the state of Texas ultimately obstructed even the Republican approach that was later advanced. We know that in more recent times, states, because of pandemic funding that we provided, have done some creative things. In St. Petersburg, Florida, the Youth Opportunity Grants for youth that are aging out. In Madison, Wisconsin, more housing for foster children. I would just like to ask Mr. Geen, with limited resources, with the battle we will have over them again, of the many things that you and the other witnesses have identified, where can we do the most good with the limited amount of money that is likely to be available?
Thank you for the question, Congressman. You're asking an essential question for this committee, which is, how do you turn around a system in decline or not functioning without investing in the alternatives to what you're doing now? It's impossible to dismantle one part of the system without, at the same time, increasing the supply of alternatives. You mentioned 2 areas of incredibly need for investment. One, the workforce. Nothing can be done without a quality workforce. Every reform that you want to see requires that we have a strong workforce. And part of that strong workforce must include foster parents, kin and non-kin foster parents. One of the outcomes that is critical for children is stability in care. It's not good to remove a child. We should be doing much more to prevent it. But when a child is placed in a foster home and they have stability, all of the outcomes we care about are better. So how do we support kin and non-kin foster parents to give kids that stability?
Thank you. Thanks to all the witnesses. Yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and certainly thank you to our entire panel here for compelling perspectives and the experience and insights that you bring. This could very well be one of the most important hearings we have for a long time. I was honored to chair the Human Resources Subcommittee that was just mentioned, and we were able to complete the work on the Bipartisan Family First Prevention Services Act of 2018. It's been a while ago already, but even though we did that, I think it's important to note that when it comes to child welfare, we haven't done enough. I would argue we haven't even done anything in many respects since many of the children currently in foster care were even born. So there's much that we need to do. Certainly appreciate the perspective that in pointing out the need to listen to those with lived experience, and very happy to introduce with my colleague, Representative Gwen Moore, the Youth and Family Engagement and Child Welfare Act. Just introduced that this week. This is something that I think is part of the solution moving forward, and certainly appreciate, I think, a bipartisan approach on that, and bipartisan hearings such as we are having right now. Mrs. Peterson, excuse me, I really appreciate you sharing your perspective and certainly your reflection on your faith-based perspective as it is, and that you can speak from your lived experience. And so, you know, we want to empower more youth to give us their perspective. I think it's important that we at the federal level of government do not become overly prescriptive for state governments that end up tying their hands rather than having an expectation of states doing positive things and then replicating that perhaps one state to another. But I'm just wondering if you could reflect a little bit on how we have foster care, kids in foster care, adolescents who then age out, and given the fact that I believe our country has more opportunity than any other country in the world, it is inexcusable that we have foster care youth aging out and not linking with that opportunity that we know exists across America, but for some reason we're not linking up here. What do you think we can do to have better results, shall we say?
Yeah, thank you for your work and on this policy. One of the things that I do in my work is that I take former foster youth and youth who have just come from hard places on trips with me. I'm a public speaker, as I mentioned, and I bring them to speaking engagements with me because I believe that they need to see other people who have had backgrounds like them be successful. Foster care is so isolating, so these kids need more opportunities, they need more exposure, they need to see other people who've grown up like them do what they could possibly do. They need to see what's possible beyond their experience and care, and if they could have relationships in the process, form those relationships in the process, that's what's going to change their lives.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Geen, I'm wondering if you could perhaps add some perspective here as well of how, you know, what's most appropriate for the federal level to not go too far, as way too often happens, and yet have the expectation that states produce positive results.
So let me make two comments about the aging out question that you asked. So the first is the majority of young people who age out of care come in as teenagers. We have this feeling that they come in as babies and they spend long periods of time in care, but that's not actually true. And so we have adolescents coming into care, and many of them are not coming in for abuse and neglect. They're coming because of conflicts with parents. They're coming in because parents are desperate to find services and supports to meet that young person's needs. And so the best way to prevent children from ever aging out is to prevent them from ever coming into care. And that is central to what Title IV-B is trying to do. On the opposite end of the spectrum, many states have extended foster care beyond the age of 18 and have that option in federal law. Unfortunately, many states have not taken up that option. And even in states that have, a small percentage of young people decide to stay in care. And that's because foster care doesn't sound all that good. So how do we create a post-18 option for young people that's still in foster care but treats them like adults rather than children?
Just briefly, is there a state that stands out to you as best practices in that state?
I will look at that and get back to you.
Okay. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding today's hearing, and thank you to all the witnesses for being here. You know, this might be the best example of all of the wonderful people throughout all of our districts that are doing great work that is incredibly beneficial. This panel of witnesses is absolutely fantastic. So thank you all for what you're doing. Title 4B of the Social Security Act provides significant federal funding to target the root causes of the mistreatment of children and provide critical services to help kids and families in need. These funds help states provide a lifeline to kids and to families who've experienced or are in imminent risk of experiencing foster care problems, and to help support community-based services for struggling families. From hiring and training caseworkers, contracting with nonprofits to provide prevention services, and improving family court services, this funding makes a real difference in the lives of children. According to my home state, the California's, which is the answer, Mr. Gain, to your question, according to the legislative analyst in California, the average monthly caseload for our state's child welfare system is overwhelming. Everything from in-person investigations, maintenance support, reunification services, and permanent placement. In my district, there are over 1,200 children currently living in foster care and 800 families involved in dependency court cases, and many counties are struggling to find beds and services for transition-aged youth. So I look forward to this reauthorization in a bipartisan way so we can provide the critical resources for our most at-risk constituents. And Ms. Hilton, I want to thank you for your compelling and courageous testimony today and the work that you've been doing, not only to highlight the problems that you face, but the problems that many others face on a day-to-day basis. It's terribly troubling, and we need to do everything we can to change that. What do you think that this committee can do in our reauthorization legislation that would best help not only making these facilities more transparent, but ensuring that if children are at these facilities, they receive the proper care and services that they need?
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate what you just said. And I think it's just important for there to be oversight and regulation. People need to know that's being watched. What I experienced in these places was inhumane, and it's something that will affect me for the rest of my life. And after speaking to thousands of survivors who have been through the same experiences, I think it's just important to listen to survivors because we have the lived experience. And I just want to say, again, I'm so grateful to be sitting here in front of all of you who could help make a difference in so many children's lives. And I think it's just continuing to do that and to pass this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Gain, you mentioned the capacity issue, and this is an issue, I can't imagine it being satisfactory in anybody else's district. It's certainly not in mine. What do we need to do to increase that capacity? It seems we just lost a great facility in my district, and that was not enough. We needed 4 or 5 more just in that one community.
So let's be clear. If the testimony of those with lived experience doesn't move you, the research is clear. Children do best in families, clearly. There will always be a need for children to have different forms of care, and we have to invest in them. That means that there will be children going into foster care. It also means that for a very small number of children, they will require a short-term intervention that may be residential-based. It is not a placement, it's not a place for a child to stay for a long time. But we need those very limited facilities to be exceptionally high quality, to be therapeutic, to be involving family in those children. The purpose of that intervention is for the child to go home and succeed in a family. So we need to cover the landscape of the continuum that is needed.
Thank you. I think that you said it best. This is about success for these kids. Mr. Buchanan was spot on when he said this is our future, and we can do a lot to help. So thank you all very much. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for holding the hearing. First of all, Ms. Hilton, I first read about your story in Vanity Fair. I don't usually read that magazine. My wife does. And she said, you have got to read this story, and you won't believe what happened to her. Your very presence here, believe me, we have a lot of briefings here, but we don't get this type of a crowd, and we certainly don't get that many people who come in and, from the media and want to get pictures of us. You telling what happened to you in your life and what happened is absolutely incredible and opens up a whole new vision for the rest of us to say, you know, if she has the courage to stand up and talk about this and relate what she went through, certainly we should look at our own lives and our own communities and say, why can't we also look at that and make sure? So I can't tell you how much I appreciate what you were able to do and why you did it. And I knew it was selfless, but I know it has had a great impact. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I have tears in my eyes. And tell your wife thank you so much as well. And it's an honor and a pleasure to be able to do this for the children who have no voice and be the hero that I needed when I was a little girl, terrified in these places. And it's just so heartbreaking to know that there's hundreds of thousands of children that are in these places right now. And for so many years, nobody has been believed or listened to. So I feel that maybe God put me through this and gave me this special gift. So one day I could use it to help others not go through what I did and really turn my pain into a purpose. And thank you all for coming today and everyone, because this is so important for the world to know what's happening and for the children in there to know that we're all here today to help make a difference in their lives.
Well, you're making a difference in a lot of
Thank
people's
you.
lives. So I got to tell you now, my wife's 1 of 9, I'm 1 of 5. We've been blessed with 4 children and 10 grandchildren, and there's nothing in the world more valuable to us than those kids.
Yes.
So thank you for what you're advocating for. Now, just real quickly, Ms. Peterson, I think your story is absolutely incredible in a place that talks about all the time in God we trust, as long as you don't keep saying that, because God's not allowed to be discussed anymore in the public forum, which I think is absolutely the worst thing that could happen to America. We've been so blessed for so long, and sometimes just take it for granted that we're always going to be that way. Your story is absolutely incredible. What I never will understand is why faith-based organizations are held in a different manner than other ones. Say, no, 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 you cannot talk about the church, you cannot talk about Christianity, you cannot talk about faith-based issues, you cannot, and every night we pray that our kids and our grandkids will have a future. So your story, I thought, was really incredible. Why, with the story that you have, and coming out of the college that you had come from, why do you think people don't want to hear your story? Because you're talking about the force of faith in your life that absolutely transformed it. I think your story is incredible, and I want to thank you for being here. All of you, thank you for being here, but I don't understand why it's taken this long to get to this point, because there's nothing in our lives more important than our kids. So if you could, I was just fascinated by what you said.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kelly. Glory to God for what he's done in my life. And I have felt at times that my voice has not been welcomed because of my faith. I have felt at times that I have been pushed out of spaces that look a lot like this because I love Jesus and I want to tell people about him. James 1:27 calls Christians to care for the orphan and the widow. Then the next scripture is James 2:1, and it urges us to not show favoritism when a poor man comes to our home. So we're given the command, right, to care for the orphan and the widow, and then we're given the instruction to not show favoritism. And it says that we must put them in the same place that we would the rich man. And this is what we're supposed to do. So if a child ages out without a family to call their own, like I did, communities, they need to step up like mine did. And I would just urge anyone listening to this, community-based organizations, people of faith, if there's a kid that you know in foster care, no matter what they've been through, believe in them as much as you would your own child. Fill the roles they're missing out in their life. My community is not perfect. They didn't fill every aspect that a mother and father should and could. They will never be able to make up for what I did not have as a child, but they've given me people I know I can lean on. They've shown me a God that I know that I can lean on. And we need more communities and churches who will open their doors and their living rooms and go out of their ways for kids in care.
Well, thank you so much for being here today. And my colleague, Mr. Swikert, he should be on this panel. I got to tell you, I've been with him, I've been with his family, I've been with his kids. It is absolutely the difference in their lives going future. And thank you so much for never walking away from your faith and never being able to say, I'm not going to practice it. I was in Normandy a couple weeks ago. You know what all those guys in the 98, 99, 100? There's no atheists in foxholes. Thank you so much for being here.
Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to especially thank the panelists as well for your insights today. I want to associate myself with the remarks of Mr. Neal and focus a little bit on Social Security first. There are 2.7 million children who are Social Security recipients. And Mr. Geen, you remarked most of the children receiving care are not infants. They come because of a deceased parent. Yet, here we are talking about what we need to do. How about the fact that Congress hasn't voted to enhance Social Security in more than 53 years? Is there anyone on this panel who doesn't think that enhancing Social Security so it doesn't reflect what it was providing in terms of benefits in 1971 shouldn't be enhanced to take care of the very children you're talking about in terms of making sure they have the adequate resources? Ms. Hilton, I'll start with you.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Yes, I think it is extremely important, the point that you're making, and the fact that it has not been changed in over 50 years is ridiculous, especially with everything that's inflation, everything that's been happening. It's a whole different world now, so these need to be addressed and changed. I 100% agree with that.
Thank you. Mr. Geen?
So I recognize the hearing today is about Title IV-B. And
yes.
Title IV-B is a relatively small program. It is a critical resource because of its flexibility and the ability to test and pilot programs that can then be funded with other programs. But your question raises the key concern that I have of understanding 4B within the larger infrastructure of federal funding. So we can't look at any individual program without understanding how does it interact with Title IV-E, TANF funds, the Social Services Block Grant, and other supports.
Thank you. Couldn't agree with you more. Ms. Peterson.
I feel like I don't understand the way that this works enough to answer it. And one of the things that I have really admired about people in my life is when they say, I don't know. So I'm going to say, I don't know. Thank you.
Ms. Mansfield?
Yes, I would absolutely support enhancements. I believe it's really critical for some of the reasons that we mentioned before as well, that the majority of children are in kinship care, and for children of incarcerated parents in particular, they're in informal kinship care, where they're not getting payments as foster caregivers, and we already know that kinship care payments, even for children in foster care, are often under what somebody might receive for a non-relative placement. And so it's really important to support those families, but also to support families before they get involved in the foster care system. And having those access to resources is just critical. I know we mentioned other services like TANF. Well, TANF child-only grants can support caregivers of children of incarcerated parents who are not involved in the foster care system, but they're incredibly hard to access. And it's typically about $115 a month, which for anyone who's cared for a child does not go very far. And we're also talking about the majority of these caregivers being grandparents who are already stretched financially and are now caring for their grandchildren, which can be a real challenge. An additional thing to look at would be childcare, both for the caregivers.
I'm glad you mentioned that because that was my next question for everyone. And are you familiar with family resource centers? The chairman will be happy to know that a native of Missouri, Dr. Edward Ziegler, God rest his soul, the father of Head Start, said, look, we ought to wake up and utilize what we have in abundance, schools. And so he authored family resource centers as a source for families, and also a physical place, too, that exists already that could be expanded upon and utilized and further professionalized. What is your sense? Do you think Ed Ziegler was on the right track with family resource centers? We'll start.
Absolutely. And I was going to say we need child care and family resource centers not just for children who are with caregivers, but we also need it for families, and particularly for my clients during reentry periods where they have all of these different things upon them, but also need to have access to those resources.
Train the parents as well.
Yeah, and providing the resources that they need so we can have healthy families.
Yes to family resource centers. They are funded in part by Title IV-B dollars, and also other similar types of mechanisms that are designed specifically for the communities, which gets to, again, the flexibility of this program. Missouri, Indiana, California can design their own types of interventions in their community. Many of them look like family resource centers.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schweikert.
2 years ago this week, all of a sudden I'm getting these text messages from my office saying there's a social worker who needs me to call her. Okay, I immediately assume I have a family member that needs bail money. I call the social worker, and the first words out of the mouth was, "Are you going to come pick it up?" Pick up what? Apparently, the birth mother of the little girl we had adopted 6 years earlier had walked into the hospital, no prenatal care, substance abuse, and had a little boy. Little boy was very small and going through withdrawals. So this is him exactly 2 years ago. And one of the greatest things that's ever happened in our lives. But before we were able to walk out of that hospital with him, it turns out a adoption agency worker had gotten the birth mother to sign a piece of paper. Now remember, the birth mother just said, hey, the Schweikerts had adopted my little girl. You know, this is the brother. Wouldn't that be nice if they could be together? We were told we had to sign a piece of paper for $40,000 before we were allowed to walk out the door with the baby, because the baby belonged to the adoption services. How does a middle-class family ever adopt with these types of costs? Ms. Hilton actually said something that was brilliant. It's about the money. How many others here have gone through the certification to be a foster parent? My wife and I spent years and years and years trying to adopt, and it is stunning. It's maybe a combination of fertility rates have collapsed, but we spent years and a couple heartbreaking, I mean, just almost devastating failed adoptions. As you start to look at 4B, I know there's flexibility in it, but I would encourage the policymakers here. And Mr. Gee, you're going to have some of the expertise in this. Something that's actually much more unified. And then here's my point of heresy. 30 years ago, there was a national movement to fixate on family reunification. Having gone through the foster classes, having actually looked at the numbers, maybe our priority needs also to be the child and the child's welfare and the child's future. When you have people like my wife and I, we've done okay in life. I have really bad choices in career paths, but, and yet, But my point is, if you're really trying to find a unified theory of everything from the adoption side to the foster care side to those who have parents who are incarceration, stop doing it in silos. And the priority, number one priority of our society needs to be those kids. We don't have a lot of them. We have schools closing all over the country because there's not enough children. Mr. Gee, I love the Dave Thomas organization. They do incredibly moral work. I'm adopted. All my siblings are adopted. My little boy's third generation adopted, so is my little girl. Am I off my rocker thinking two things? Unified approach, so it's more than just 4B, but it's also maybe we need to step up the prioritization of protecting the child and its future from even some of the others. And I know that's heresy in the common folklore.
So I say this representing the Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption. When we consider what is best for children, for the vast majority of children, reunification is what is best. We also need to invest in high-quality adoption. The Wendy's Wonderful Kids program, which is the signature initiative of the Dave Thomas Foundation, has led to more than 14,000 children achieving permanence that would not have done so without. 700 of those kids, this was their last chance of finding a home, were reunified. They were never actually given a chance at reunification sufficient so that when they were ready to be adopted, there was still the opportunity to reunify them. So I think we don't want to play adoption against reunification. And you're right, we do need a unifying framework. What is in the best interest of children?
We're up against time. How common is our family's experience of you're not allowed to take the child home unless you have the cash?
So what you're talking about is largely private adoption rather than
it was a
public
private
adoption
service.
What I'm referring to is
they had people stocking the maternity wards in the different hospitals, getting people to sign that piece of paper, so they technically had the.
I will follow Tori's lead and say I am not an expert on international adoption or private adoption.
This was Phoenix, Arizona.
Yes. Private adoption and public adoption of children that are in the foster care system are managed under very different policy structures and the like. So your experience, I don't have anything to add to.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for your tolerance on the time. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Blumenauer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I find this hearing very meaningful. I have 190 days left in Congress. So I've been spending time on issues that bring people together rather than divide them. And I am struck that that's the majority of things before us. They may not make the headlines. It may not be MSNBC and Fox News and talk shows. But these are things that affect real people. They don't cost money. One of the themes that you've made is investing up front actually saves so much that it pays for itself. We spend a lot of time around here, and you'll see it today on the floor, and you'll see it later in the week, beating each other up on things to get a moment headline, to get a zinger in. These things aren't going to get enacted into law. They're not going to make a difference to the American people. It's a distraction. It's a sideshow. What you're talking about here is not a distraction. It's not a sideshow. And it is presented in a compelling way that even a member of Congress ought to be able to understand the wisdom of what you're saying. Mr. Chairman, I'm hopeful in the next 190 days that you will join me on kind of a little tour. Congressman Winthrop understands what I'm talking about. We're looking, in a sense, it's legacy for all of us. And what you've presented today is part of what can be a legacy for any member of Congress, regardless of party, regardless of where they live, regardless of what committee they're on. I'd love to think what would happen if we spent the month of July just talking about the things that we actually agree on, talking about things that are common sense and tug at the heartstrings, as you've presented. That if we spent morning caucus and conference meetings instead of maneuvering and thinking about scoring points in the presidential elections, that's beyond, I think, the ken of most people. These are things that will mobilize support for the political process. They will bring people together. It won't cost money. It will save massive amounts of money. I work with an organization in Oregon called Friends of Children that was started by a friend of mine who had a tough upbringing, and he has willed 30 programs around the country, and they pick kids who are going to fail, that have no chance of going forward. They take the worst of the worst, they bring them together, they give them a full-time mentor that stays with them until they graduate from high school, starting at age 4. I've got another friend who's working on the focus of the first 1,000 days of life. If we do a better job of focusing on those first 1,000 days before people are damaged and we're playing catch-up. And these are the things that I hope that you will inspire us to think about in each in our own way. Focus on things that bring people together, that don't cost money, that aren't part of a game that doesn't get anybody anywhere and change any lives. These do. Now, it may not have as much political zing as some of the stuff that occupies our time. But these are real people. This is real progress. And I think in the long run, people who focus on that, actually, it might even be better politics. So I deeply appreciate your coming together and focusing this in a way that I think anybody can appreciate, and that we all have an opportunity in our own way to be able to work in advancing these things. You've challenged us to think about. We know what to do. We know it will not cost anything. It will save money. And it will bring people together rather than divide them. I think that ought to be our mission, and I hope you inspire us to do that.
Thank you. Mr. LaHood.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me thank the witnesses today for your valuable testimony and your compelling examples here today. Mrs. Peterson, I want to particularly thank you for sharing your life journey. You're really a shining example of success and perseverance, and appreciate your passion and courage. We're having this hearing today as we consider reforms to Title 4B, which of course is an important child welfare program that provides flexibility funding to states and tribes. As the chairman of the Work and Welfare Subcommittee, I take very seriously our responsibility to ensure we have a strong safety net for nearly 370,000 children in foster care who have experienced the trauma and hardships of abuse and neglect. This Congress, the Work and Welfare Subcommittee, has taken a deep dive into current challenges facing child welfare, continuing the decades-long tradition of doing so in a bipartisan basis. Last week, I was proud to co-lead the introduction of the Parents Act with my fellow Illinoisan ranking member, Congressman Danny Davis, a bill aimed at finding ways to better nurture the relationship between foster children and their incarcerated parents. Our subcommittee has held 2 child welfare hearings this particular Congress. In September of last year, we heard from witnesses about ways to modernize Title 4B. And in January, the subcommittee held a hearing on improving support for the 19,000 youth aging out of foster care each year. Witnesses at these hearings included state officials, leaders from community-based organizations, and former foster youth who shared recommendations on ways to improve the system moving forward. And this full committee hearing today signals important progress in our ability to work together to reauthorize Title 4B of this Congress. Mrs. Peterson, one of the policies that I focused on our subcommittee is embracing the stories of those that have experienced transformational change from the power of employment, brought to their lives by a job. The focus has been not just about the job, but the dignity of work. I appreciate your perspective on how we can encourage and promote this dignity for all vulnerable populations, including foster youth. As you know, only about 55% of foster youth are in full-time employment past the age of 18. In our opinion, let's strike that. In your opinion, why is the percentage so low, and how can we improve barriers to full-time employment for foster youth?
Thank you for your kind words, and thank you for your work. It sounds very powerful. I think this percentage is so low for two reasons. The first is that foster youth usually do not receive as many opportunities as their peers who are not in foster children. That can be because foster youth tend to be stigmatized as troubled children, which makes it harder for them to gain employment as young people, or because foster youth usually move from home to home unexpectedly. This causes them to miss out on opportunities like sports tryouts, or makes them have to leave jobs unexpectedly, which then makes them less hireable when they go to get another job. There's also the piece that I briefly mentioned in my statement. One of the young men my husband and I were mentoring as a part of this nonprofit, he was a former foster youth, and he was living off of free housing and getting a weekly stipend from Chafee funds. And those offering him these resources told him he would continue to receive the resources as long as he worked 20 hours a week. And he wasn't doing any higher education no higher education, just work. So what programs like this teach young people is that part-time work is sustainable for life, and they can live off of government resources. The young man did get removed from the program because he wasn't meeting the requirements of working 20 hours a week, and he then fell into homelessness. But just a couple months later, he gained full-time employment. He's now paying for his own housing. His mental health is doing much better because he can't sleep all day because he has to go to work. And my husband and I see this pattern in young people again and again and again. And the point is not that we shouldn't help, but that there is a point when helping hurts, and it's our responsibility as the helper to figure out where that point is. When resources are excessive, they can become enabling to young adults and communities, because communities are then given permission to not invest their time and energy and love into these youth. So we need to find that fine line of giving young adults what they need to survive in an empowering way rather than an enabling way.
Well, Mrs. Peterson, that's a great example of what we're focused on the importance of employment and the dignity of work, and we're grateful to have you here today. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Pasquale.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, you've all been first-class witnesses, and I thank you for your courage. It takes courage to say what you said. You hear a lot of stuff around here which passes for courage. To me, courage means you not only say it, but you do it. That's a tough transition, isn't it, at times? Our job, I thought our job, was to protect the least of these among us. Our seniors and our children. We didn't do a very good job on the first thing. I mean, you saw what happened during the pandemic in those nursing homes. We don't know half the story. We never got it. In New Jersey, I personally listened to the Advocates for Children of New Jersey, which has advocated for kids and families for 177 years. This is not a partisan issue. This is a humanitarian cause for all of us. If we agree with that, we're halfway home. Each of our witnesses can offer testimony on children who navigate the foster care issue and then thrive. Thrive. Of course, we must always be concerned about fraud and guard against Wall Street vultures snatching public funds to line their pockets to do what we're talking about today. Private equity is definitely not hot. and already has a troubling track record in new services. We cannot allow the private equity octopus to reach its tentacles in child services. So, Ms. Hilton, thank you for your comment that this $23 billion industry sees children as dollar signs. Who wrote that and said it? We're sending youth a signal that profit is more important than their lives. Very well stated. Just unpack briefly for us why the for-profit industry is so dangerous here in what we're talking about.
Thank you so much for that. And it's so dangerous because they're caring more about profit than the safety of children. And that means that they are trying to spend as little money as possible. And the type of employees that they're hiring are people that are not being checked through. They're people that should be nowhere near children. And just the entire situation. There's no education in these places, the food quality, the living conditions, there's mold and blood on the walls. It's horrifying just what these places are like. They're worse than some dog kennels that are out there. It's terrifying. And all of these private equity companies are seeing that this is such a profitable industry, so they're caring more about the bottom line than children's lives.
So what you're saying really is there's a vacuum here of service. We're trying to fill that vacuum, yet other people are vacuuming out the money when they say that we'll be helpful here. This is dangerous to me.
Extremely.
Mr. Geen, can you expand on how we can strengthen the pipeline for qualified workforce? Another big problem with senior housing, another in nursing homes, qualified workers, can't get them. Who's going to protect our children?
So as I said earlier, I do think that workforce is such a critical issue because any reform you want to do is dependent on having a qualified workforce. I will say I believe the problem is less a recruitment than a retention problem. Our workers take 2 years to learn their jobs from their mouths, and many of them quit within those first 2 years.
Why?
They quit for many reasons. One, and we'll get into this, is the administrative burden. It's the paperwork that they're asked to fill out. When they went to school to learn how to take care of families and to engage families and children, and instead they're working on paperwork. There are lots of opportunities to get workers past the period where they're just new and learning their jobs. One of the challenges is the loan forgiveness program that currently exists for social workers. You have to be in your job for 10 years. Very few actually last that long. If we change the duration of time that was available, we would get people sticking it out past 1.5 years, 2 years, to the point that they now know how to do their jobs. They can become effective supervisors, and once they're at that point, they're much more likely to make that job a career.
Mr. Chairman, that's a practical recommendation. Could we put it under review for the committee?
You'll want to talk to the full committee chairman about that, but...
You're the chairman right now.
I appreciate this hearing, and I think it's very productive, and we'll get a lot of work done as a result.
Okay, Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Winstrup, you are now recognized for 5
Thank you,
minutes.
Mr. Chairman. This is something that's very passionate to me, and I think it's vital that we learn from programs that have found some success. But what is success? You just mentioned it's not paperwork. It's not getting paperwork done. That is not success. And often we vote for bills that sound real good. They have a really nice sounding title, but they don't really bring the success that we should be looking at and what we're talking about today. You talked about succeeding in a family, and I want to add to that, succeeding in a family even if you never had one growing up. That's where success comes in my opinion. And there's a difference between government oversight and a nonprofit oversight. Because the things I've been involved in, you know, when you're a donor to that nonprofit, you take a role in oversight because you care. And there's volunteer oversight that's involved. And those are the right motives for what we're trying to do. You know, we visit, we get to know the children. We look for evidence-based solutions. And again, with a different definition of success rather than it just being paperwork. And the idea that moving from one chaos to another is just so heart-wrenching. You know, I've been in a lot of things. I've been a big brother. I've always been looking for opportunities for people that would not normally have them. And what we're talking about is an opportunity for loving, caring, developing, and stable environment, especially for those that rarely get that opportunity. And my wife and I, we have a 10-year-old son and a 6-year-old adopted daughter. One of those beautiful things we've been able to do. But I want to talk about the agency we use. So the woman who runs it, she's an attorney. She's an adopted mother of 2. And she decided to become an adoption professional. And I have a letter from her that I will like to submit for the record here today.
Without objection.
They talk about voluntary surrenders of children from their biological parents and making the best connection. In every situation, she said, we place the best interest of the child at the center of our decisions. And we see our role as a lifelong commitment to the children we have placed and the adoptive families that we have served. There's no aging out. There's no aging out. And we have a relationship with the birth mother. What child doesn't want more people loving them? So there's a lot of different situations that exist. We have to have flexibility. You have to gear it towards the child's needs, and what's going to work best for everyone involved. I'm involved with something in Cincinnati I have for 30 years or so, Boys Hope, Girls Hope. And this is a program that it's a combination of what we talk about. You still have the family involved, and yet we get a better environment. And so parents say, I want my child in this program. And basically we call it a scholarship. And as early as 4th grade, because the home situation is not good, the child lives in a home where they're mentored, where they're safe, where they're stable, where they're developed, and they go to good schools. And this is all private. And we see them through high school, college, and they come back. It's part of a family. And their families are involved. There's the Thanksgiving party, the Christmas party. They go home on the weekends. But we've turned this into a scholarship, and these kids are proud. There's opportunities all over the place. And yes, it's faith-based. But we don't proselytize. You don't make someone join your religion or anything like that. But it's those Christian values, Judeo-Christian values, that are in place that make the difference. I see you nodding. First of all, I'm so proud you're from Ohio. Thanks for being my neighbor. But I just want to say, what are some of the things you would recommend to states if they have flexibility with the dollars they get to enhance successful programs and maybe specifically through Title IV-B?
I'd love to see organizations do more job shadowing for youth, bring them along. Like I said earlier, foster youth need more opportunities. They need to be shown what they're capable of. And so I'd love to see more job shadowing from organizations. And something that my church did was they invested in me before I aged out of the system. So I think that we talk about the foster care system and how to support youth a lot, like once they age out. And that's actually a very reactive solution. These children deserve us to be proactive for them. And so we need to be serving them and reaching them before they age out of the system. And so one of the things that my church did was they actually covered for me, they paid for me to go through this financial budgeting program. They prepared me. So by the time that I was aged out, I had money saved up. By the time that I was aged out, I knew what a budget was. I knew what investment was. And I knew how to manage my life as an adult because of the work that was done before I was an adult.
Well, I'd like just to finish with a quote I heard from a caregiver 100 years ago or more. There are no bad children, only bad environment, bad training, bad example, bad thinking. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I certainly thank Chairman Smith for holding this hearing and all of the witnesses for sharing your experiences as well as your expertise. Ms. Hilton, let me especially thank you for sharing your experiences and raising the issues in residential care settings. And I'd certainly like to work with you to try and help reduce and alleviate them. I also want to thank you, Mr. Green and Ms. Peterson. Ms. Mansfield, let me thank you for being here and for the amazing work that you do for children in Illinois. You and I have both experienced how it feels to bring children to visit their incarcerated parents. And it is amazing to watch those families be reunited. As a matter of fact, I and a coalition of community agencies just returned on Saturday from visiting the Sheridan facility as part of Fatherhood Week and Fatherhood Day, and it was off the chart. But as you know, Chairman LaHood and I have introduced legislation to authorize new demonstration projects to identify and implement best practices in helping foster youth develop and maintain meaningful relationships with their incarcerated parents. Can you tell us more about why connecting with their parents who are incarcerated is especially important for foster youth, even though they're not going to be able to live with them for a while?
Thank you for that question, Congressman Davis, and thank you in particular for your continuous support of families impacted by parental incarceration. For many years, I was, as I said, a teacher in your district for 8 years, and I know the amazing work that you have done for families. As we talked about before, parental incarceration is an adverse childhood experience, as is being in foster care. And so for any child, having that separation from a parent can be traumatic and can have very long-lasting impact. But particularly for children who are not with a biological family member, and that is where foster care and incarceration can really intersect. That when a parent is incarcerated, typically children are with family members, but it is far less likely when that child then is in foster care. And so it is really important for children in foster care to have someone connected to them that they can feel like they can rely on. And they're even more in need of those connections. There's often an element of self-blame that goes along with children who are experiencing either parental incarceration or who are in foster care. They often feel like maybe this is part of their fault. In particular for children of incarcerated mothers who are involved in the foster care system, because we know that foster care cases, that indications of parents, about 30% of the time also indicate a parent who is experiencing abuse. That a lot of times it's because the parent is themselves the victim of domestic violence, that the children are then taken away, and then the children can blame themselves for what happened. And so leading children to these experiences and giving them the reassurances that their parents are okay, that they might have been being harmed, but now they're okay, or their parent doesn't blame them, that they are not abandoned, that they are still loved, is really important, and it can predict success long-term, not just for the children, but for the parents as well.
Let me ask you, given your knowledge of these programs and your history of engagement, should this grant program be developed? What kind of activities would you like to see take place?
I could give you a very long list of the activities that we would like to do, from small things to big things. I can share that we just did a Father's Day program recently where face painting was the #1 thing that kids wanted to do. It was very exciting. But what I really want to see are some of the activities that we already do, but with increased frequency and span. What we do right now, if we're just looking at this one program, we do it monthly when we can, but even then there's a wait list. And that's just from coming from one region of one state, going to a state facility, not even looking at the federal facility. We need to expand these programs to everywhere. We need to make them available, especially as we look at the benefits of having community-based smaller facilities closer to communities. We need to be able to provide those opportunities for everyone. I'd like to see opportunities for older children. We've been talking a lot about youth aging out of care. Children don't stop being children when they hit 18. And a lot of the programs that exist right now, they're for a very limited age range. Some of these summer camps, for example, for children in foster care or children of incarcerated parents, they might be like 8 to 12 years old. We need to expand that. Our program does not have an age limit. We have 27-year-olds who go to see their parents sometimes, and they will cry more than a small child because they still need their parents. So I'd like to see those types of activities, and I would also like to see supportive activities like parenting classes, therapy, and groups for children and for parents to be able to experience things together and to be able to talk through their feelings and what they're experiencing.
Thank you very much. Our time has expired, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I now recognize Mr. Arrington for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to our witnesses for your passion and your commitment to being a voice for America's most vulnerable, probably the true forgotten people in this country. Thanks for giving them voice. Thanks for remembering them and helping us to remember that we need to put our very best forward to improve this system. Government can't do everything, but what we do ought to be effective, and people ought to be accountable, and we ought to have the highest standards, and that's what I'm hearing from each and every one of you, and so thank you again. God bless you. Paris may be known more than any of you, but you're all stars, every one of you, okay? Now, Ms. Hilton, you talked about the several pieces of legislation that you've worked on throughout the country in various states. And you mentioned that you had some folks checking on you that saved you from further abuse in the system. And you said, can you imagine what it would be like if you didn't have parents and family who were checking on you? So let's talk about how we check on these vulnerable people in this system at the state level. And then I'll get to the role of the federal government. What's your experience in terms of the best practices around checking, oversight, and accountability? Just give me a few ideas that we could consider as best practices throughout the many states in this great country.
Well, for me, all of my outside contact was completely controlled, and they would always have a staff member sitting right next to me. So if I said even one negative thing about the facility, they immediately would hang up the phone, and then I would be punished and either physically beaten or thrown into solitary confinement, and then they would take away my phone privileges and not let me speak to my parents. So they had no idea what was happening because they were continually being lied and manipulated by the staff that were trained to do that. And there were other children in there, there were foster children, and they had nobody to call, no one to talk to. So all of the kids in these places, they're not able to speak to their families without someone sitting right next to them. So it's really difficult to be able to tell anyone what's happening in the outside world. And then a lot of these kids are not believed because these places tell the parents, oh, they're gonna be lying, they're manipulating you, they wanna go home. So I think it's really important that children are able to speak to their families without someone sitting directly next to them, where they can have unmonitored phone calls with their family. And if they don't have a family member, that they should have someone on the outside world that they could talk to, because otherwise these children are in there and they have no voice, no one believes them, and it's extremely isolating, and that's why I want to continue for the Stop Institutional Child Abuse Act as well, because children need to have the right to speak to someone, to tell them what's happening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thanks for sharing your story today.
Thank you.
Mrs. Peterson, very encouraged and inspired by your boldness, your unabashed pride and joy for the love of your life, which is Jesus, our Savior. And I just love when I hear somebody sharing how their Heavenly Father intervened, not the system, not a program, but the God of all creation who knows your name and touched your heart and changed your life. Yeah. And by the way, that's the story of every Christian sinner saved by grace. Amen?
Yeah, amen.
Okay, I'll get off my I got that Baptist boy still trapped.
You do, yeah.
Down in here. I let him out every now and then at these hearings, but you brought him out today. But I want to, this is maybe a little bit of a tangent, but I want you to speak to this because you mentioned the verse in James, and when I think about that verse, pure religion, or religion that's pure and undefiled, is
to care for the orphan.
Those that care for the orphan and widow. I always took that as the mission of the church. Mm-hmm. And I find that, or I observed that over time, the church has ceded to the state, that instead of the tithe that goes to the church, and the church that has that connectivity that you mentioned, that relationship, meeting those deeper needs, that's how it used to be. Mm-hmm. And I feel like the church has moved away from that. And now we pay taxes to the state. Now the state's doing all this work. And I'm not sure they can ever do it quite like the church used to do it. Is that a philosophy that you share, or that you could at least just opine on briefly? And then I will yield. My time has expired, but Mr. Chairman, if you'll let her just answer that question.
Proceed.
Yeah, I think as I look back on my experience, I know that my experience in my community and at my church was unique. They lived out what they preached. They lived out what Christians are meant to live out. And I don't think, unfortunately, that we always see that. But I remember, looking at my congregation and seeing all the adopted children. I remember we don't call Orphan Sunday, we call it Belong Sunday, because that's what it should be. And we had this language in our church specifically for kids in foster care because we cared about them. My church did trainings around trauma because when the kids came in, they wanted to be able to care for them. And so I know that this experience is very unique, but I hope that what people hear today is that more churches need to pick up the mantle and carry this out. And I would just love to also echo Paris for a bit when she was talking about those visits. I just think it's a really important point because us as foster parents, when our caseworkers come to visit our teen daughter, they don't ask to talk to her by herself. Mm-hmm. When I was in foster care, there was so little accountability. I saw abuse in foster care, I was abused in foster care, and no one asked me, can I talk to you by yourself? They ask the questions to the foster parent, and it's very easy to say all of the right things. It's a lot harder if I think that we would benefit a lot. Abuse would be minimal, limited, few if homes were actually observed rather than just visits where let's sit down and talk, because we can make up a lot of things. We can say what they want to hear, but it's a lot harder to show them that you're not living and caring for kids with integrity if you're not.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now recognize Ms. Sewell for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. I want to thank all of our witnesses today, especially those who gave such heartfelt testimonials of your own personal experience. Before I came to Congress, I didn't know much about the foster care system. But I have to tell you, my classmate and a former colleague of ours, Karen Bass, took it on as her cause célèbre, and she started the Congressional Foster Care Caucus, of which I'm a member. And every year, for the last 7 years, we have a shadow day where we have a foster youth shadow us. And I've learned so much from my foster youth that have shadowed me for that day. It's a day long, and it's on the Senate side and the House side. For those members who are not signed up to have a shadow, a foster youth to shadow, I would recommend the program and I would recommend the caucus. I know that Article 4B is not perfect, and we know that it's up for reauthorization. So I wanted to ask both Ms. Peterson as well as Ms. Hilton, what one big reform would you like to see? And yeah, that's my question. If you had to just sum it up to one thing that you would like to reform in Section 4B. Now, I know, Ms. Peterson, you also talked about 4E. So
Yeah.
I'll just say Section 4.
Yeah, I would love to see more outside of what I've already spoken about. To add to that is that I'd just love to see more services in terms of mental health, because when I was in the foster care system, as a child, one of the things that I found really difficult was to attach to my foster parents. And now, as a foster parent, I know what is considered to be attachment theory. And so it's about the different ways that parents attach to their children and children attach to parents. And as a foster parent, what I've learned, and what's kind of taboo to say, is that when you're a foster parent, this attachment doesn't always happen instantaneously. You have to really work at it. And it's for the child and for the parent. And so what happens is that children receive this big gap in connectedness, this big gap in attachment. But that attachment, someone referred the first 1,000 days, right, like of life. Mm-hmm. The attachment in those first 1,000 days is absolutely critical to the development of children, no matter what age they are. Right. And so I would love to see just more education on attachment theory. How do we do it well? How do we continue to work at it when it doesn't come naturally? And how do we reverse, that trauma that comes from the disconnectedness?
Thanks. If you had a magic wand and could do one reform for Title IV, what would it be?
My wish would be that their children would not be put into facilities in the first place. I think it should be about community-based care, and children shouldn't be put in places and be more traumatized than when they came out. So I think that is just crucial, and having family-based care and just not having them even get into the system in the first place.
Thank you.
It's so important.
Ms. Mansfield, can you talk I know you know about the government programs for incarcerated persons with children in the foster care system. Can you talk about some of the public-private partnerships that you know about that also help?
Yes, thank you, Congresswoman. There are some programs, but they are few and far between. There just are not very many. But I have seen the benefit of public-private partnerships. Certainly, like at the Women's Justice Institute, we have a grant through Cook County Health that's funded by SAMHSA.
Yep.
And that grant allows us to provide client care coordination for women leaving jail or prison with substance use disorders. And the program is led by a formerly incarcerated woman, and all of our client care coordinators are also formerly incarcerated. And this wouldn't be possible without those public-private partnerships. And it allows us to move really quickly in response to needs, but also to make use of Cook County Health's, their expertise and their resources. And I think that that's possible when we're speaking about these types of partnerships as well. I mentioned that the reunification ride is one example of a program. Cannot have foster children participate because we cannot find private insurance that allows foster children to take part. And if we could leverage the public resources, we could use that insurance that is available. We could be under that auspice, and then foster children would be able to participate. And I think that we also can meet some of those staffing shortages that are occurring in the Department of Corrections and Departments of Children and Family Services or other child welfare agencies where there are staff shortages and also that turnover that was mentioned before. And so as a private organization, we can help to have these programs in those nonprofits. In addition, we can have the expertise that's needed for things like child welfare, to have the child development angle, all of those things. And also just the last thing is, these programs often don't exist, or they exist in very limited ways, because we don't have the funding and we don't have the assurance that it's going to continue. And one of the most damaging things to children is when they have one visit and they don't know when the next is going to be. And we don't want to have where we scrape together enough money to get there one time and then we can't come back, like we see with so many different programs. And so those are some of the powers that could happen with this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing us to exceed our time. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize Dr. Ferguson for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to echo a chorus of thank yous to each of you for coming today. I know sometimes witnesses may wonder if their presence here matters, and whether it's in this hearing room or whether you're coming to our congressional offices, you being able to tell that story to us matters. So thank you for doing that. Thank you for helping us do the right thing on behalf of this country. Yeah, y'all's stories, in which particularly Ms. Peterson and Ms. Hilton, in which the way you tell them, the grace with which you present them, probably belies a lot of the pain and the hurt that preceded you being here today. So thank you for having the courage to do it, and thank you for being so candid with us. I want to start with a couple of questions here. Ms. Peterson, I'll start with you. You have talked a lot today in your testimony and also in response to questions about this cliff that so many people hit when they turn 18, and then there's an expectation of work and productivity and leading life. And you've spoken very eloquently about how important it is to have that work and those steps going forward. I was particularly interested in the piece that you talked about with your own experience of understanding a budget and understanding, how to move forward. I think that's really important when you look at trying to break the cycles of poverty. But tell me your thoughts on not only teaching that to our foster children, but in many cases to the foster parents that are there as well, because all too often, many of our foster families, suffer from lack of financial knowledge and financial resources as well. I would be happy if you could comment on not only the need to financial literacy with foster youth, but the families that are taking care of them.
Yeah, well, first I want to say thank you for acknowledging that telling our stories is hard, but I also want to say that, being able to do this is so healing. When you see that the worst parts of your life and the worst things that you've been through and all your pain might be able to be used for some kind of good, it's a very healing experience. So thank you. Yeah, in terms of foster parents needing financial literacy, I haven't seen that or necessarily experienced, so that's something that's needed. But we know that 30 to 50% of foster parents quit within the first year. It's so hard to retain foster parents, and that's because of all of the things that are required of us. I love being a foster parent, but it is actually probably the most frustrating thing that I've ever done, and it has actually completely changed my perspective of my foster parents. I think I used to be a lot harder on them, and now I realize that I think they did actually quite well with what they had, considering everything that all the red tape and all the requirements that they had to meet. And I know those things are for liability and accountability, and they very, very much are needed. But I say all this because I think when we're talking about what do we need to support youth as they age out of care, we need to meet them, again, before they're aging out, and we need more foster parents. My husband and I have to say no to a foster placement every week.
Thank you,
and
Ms.
it's
Peterson.
devastating. But
Thank you.
we can't do it all.
If I could, because I want to move on another question. Ms. Hilton, I have, it's something that concerns me greatly is mental health of our youth in general, but it's also very challenging in the foster care program. And there seems to be a major problem with just overprescribing psychotropic drugs and just saying here's a handful of pills. Can you share with the committee your experience with that, and do you think that is a problem in our system today, and what you think you should do to correct that, or what we should do to correct that?
I think it's a huge problem. Before I went to Provo Canyon School, the only medication I had ever taken was a Tylenol or an Advil for a headache. I had never been on any medications that they prescribed, which weren't even prescribed by a doctor. And every morning, every lunch, every afternoon, we would give us all a cup full of pills. I had no idea what they were. All I know is that I would feel dizzy, I would feel my memory would be gone. It was almost like they were just trying to make everyone like zombies. It was just very concerning. And I think that they're definitely abusing that power where they are just giving children medication that they don't need. And I think that's something that really needs to be looked into because
well, one answer, and Mr. Chairman, if you could indulge me here for just a few seconds, we have one of our colleagues, Ms. Steele, has a bill that addresses this on foster youth mental health support, and it really does try to address some of these standards. So I'd like to commend my colleague from California for taking this up, and we need to be supportive of her bill. Again, thank you all for being here. Thank you for telling the stories and helping us be better at what we do up here. Yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ferguson. And pursuant to committee practice, we will now move to 2-to-1 questioning. So I'll recognize Mr. Smucker, followed by Ms. Chu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the chairman holding this hearing today, and I'd like to, as others have mentioned, thank the witnesses for traveling here to share your stories and share your experiences with the child welfare system. And I'll say again what others have said. We can all agree that one of the most meaningful aspects of our work in this committee is the opportunity to work on legislation to help more kids in the child welfare system. The changes that we're talking about today won't just impact those who've been directly involved with child protective services, but also any child, family, or individual that is in danger of entering the child welfare system. Over the years, we've reformed our programs to engage with families before children need to be removed from their homes, and we all know that leads to much better outcomes all around. Certainly, every child deserves a safe and loving home, and here on this committee, we have an opportunity to advance legislation that can help make this a reality for more children. Mrs. Peterson, I want to talk briefly about a bill that I've introduced. We know that kinship care providers play an essential role in caring for children, and they do so many times without access to resources that they wish they had. The bill that I've introduced that hopefully gets included in a package we do here, the Empowering Kinship Caregivers and Youth Act, clarifies that kinship caregivers are eligible for services under Title 4B. And I just wonder if you could talk a little bit about that. I know you've had access to services and supports and maybe supports that you didn't receive, and just talk about the importance of kinship care being eligible for coverage.
Yeah, that bill sounds like a very important one. Thank you for working on that. Our family has never received any resources or assistance from the government for the kinship care that we provide. When my siblings started living with us, we tried to reach out to Human Services to officially become kinship caregivers and get access to those resources, but we weren't considered a priority because they knew my sibling was safe and already living with us. We never received a response, a court date, not a paper to sign. And our other options would be to hire a lawyer to serve papers, get their attention, but I wasn't willing to give Human Services any more of my time because I gave them enough of that as a youth. My husband and I were in our mid-20s when we took in my sibling, still very much establishing our lives, and it wasn't easy, especially in the beginning, but we knew we'd make it work like many kinship care providers do, no matter what. My sibling did graduate high school this year and will be headed to college in the fall. And the greatest injustice to us not receiving those services from the county and being ignored is that it was actually to my sibling. Because though she's lived with us for years now, if the county would have documented her in our care the way they should have, she would be receiving financial assistance with college. But because we were ignored, my sibling does not qualify for the financial help that she should be receiving for college. And we didn't realize that would be a consequence that she would face when we didn't put up a fight.
Thank you. I want to go to one additional question for Mr. Geen. I've heard, and I want to get your thoughts on this, certainly we want accountability for child welfare agencies in our communities and states, but I've also heard the paperwork, the federal reporting requirements are burdensome, they're tedious, and I've introduced another bill which would call for an evaluation of the requirements and reporting for the Title IV-B dollars with a goal of reducing that burden by at least 15%. If we were successful, first, do you agree that that's an issue? And then if we were successful in reducing paperwork by that amount, how could they use that time to better support the individuals in our communities?
So the administrative burden you talk about is a theme that we heard a lot of during our landscape assessment. And that burden not only affects workers' ability to spend time with families, it affects their morale and the likelihood of them turning over. But the biggest complaint we heard about the administrative burden is that it's largely unrelated to accountability. So much of what we collect are process measures that feel like checking boxes rather than truly holding agencies accountable for outcomes. So there certainly seems like there is an opportunity to both reduce administrative burden and focus on accountability more, recognizing that our data systems right now don't do a good job of always tracking the outcomes that we experience.
Thank you for that answer. I hope we can take this opportunity to streamline that and ensure that the accountability still exists, but we can eliminate some of those tedious requirements. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Chu?
Ms. Hilton, I want to thank you for using your high visibility to give voice to the voiceless. By doing that, you're going to help so many thousands of youth that would otherwise be forgotten. And I was very moved by your testimony, could not believe the horrific conditions that you faced in those facilities. And I want to thank you for saying that you believe that Title IV-B should be reauthorized. There is a debate in this committee on whether the funding should just remain the same or whether it should be increased. It has remained flat since 2006, so people who are using Title IV-B have to really scrape by. So what do you think about the funding of Title IV-B? Should it be increased so that we can make a difference in preventing children and families from coming into contact with the child welfare system?
Thank you so much. And yes, I do believe that they should be increased. And I think that community-based supports and resources are vitally needed, which is why we should support Title IV-B reauthorization. And we know that community-based prevention supports helps families before they even come in contact with the child welfare system, and that will keep children out of facilities. So yes.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Mr. Geen, I wanted to have you make some comments about the Indian Child Welfare Act, or what we call ICWA. This requires Native American children to be placed first with extended family and then with tribes so that they don't lose their cultural identity. And that was passed in 1973. In 1994, Congress added a Title IV-B plan requirement directing states to develop an ICWA implementation plan in consultation with the tribes. But 30 years later, Native children continue to be disproportionately represented in the foster care system with higher rates of entry and longer lengths of stay. In fact, in California, they're 4.5 times more likely to enter care than their counterparts, despite being a smaller portion of the population. And that is because despite the requirement under Title IV-B, federal oversight of states' compliance with this requirement is unclear and not always exercised. And that is why I have introduced a bipartisan bill, the Strengthening Tribal Families Act, along with Representative Don Bacon, to direct HHS to assess how state child welfare agencies are implementing federal protections for tribal children as laid out in Title IV-B. And can you talk about how this would help states and improve outcomes for tribal children and families?
So I don't claim to be a tribal expert, but I will say over the past year and a half, we looked at legislation in all 50 states and what was introduced, and it was striking to see how many states have introduced legislation protecting and strengthening the Indian Child Welfare Act, bills on both Republican and Democratic dockets. There is no doubt that if you talk to tribes, they will talk about the need to strengthen ICWA. The field generally looks at ICWA as best practice, not just for Indian children, but for all children. And so it is certainly something that is needed.
And I'd like to go back to Title IV-B, Mr. Geen. There are improvements that could be made in this reauthorization. In fact, I've got a couple of bills, the Helping Hands for Families Act, which I'm sponsoring with Congressmember Carol Miller, which would allow states to use Title IV-B to access online portals that connect families with local resources, as well as the Court Improvement Program Enhancement Act, which I'm co-leading with Congressmember Blake Moore, which would provide additional resources to allow court proceedings to take place virtually. And there are also problems with workers and burnout. There is, in fact, a tremendous burnout problem with workers, which also could be addressed with Title IV-B. Could you address these issues?
Let me tackle the court improvement first, and that is that I see the court improvement program as one of the real successes of the Title IV-B program. 4B provides both the flexibility that states needs, but also it provides the opportunity for Congress to have set-asides for key issues that have been underinvested in. And if you take a look at the success of the court improvement program, you see how it's impacting the quality of hearings every day in the United States. The court certainly learned during the COVID crisis about remote hearings, and yet they are also not a panacea. We do need to make sure that if we use those type of remote hearings, they're done in a quality way, and it requires the training of judges and other court personnel to make sure that children and parents' rights are protected.
Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Estes is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all our witnesses for being here today and for all the work that you do to help youth and their opportunity that they have. And thank you, Ms. Hilton, for all of your work with the Stop Institutional Child Abuse Act. And it's great for us in this hearing today to be able to talk about the committee's continued effort to build a society and a culture that values life. These hearings and through legislation, we're uncovering ways we as a society can better support children, parents, and families. I want to start by sharing a little bit of story about a family in my 4th Congressional District in Kansas. My constituent Bruce is a loving grandfather who happens to be blind. When Bruce's son lost custody of his children, Bruce stepped in to care for his grandchildren. These children became some of the more than 2.5 million children across the country who are cared for by family members and grandparents, which is a great advantage. Placing children in kinship care reduces trauma and provides a higher chance of reunification with parents. As Bruce sought custody with his grandchildren, however, he encountered significant difficulties, one due to his age, but also his blindness, even though he was well equipped to lovingly care for his grandchildren. These unnecessary hurdles to kinship care, that the kinship care process added to the uncertainty of Bruce's grandchildren were already dealing with. Thankfully, in the end, Bruce was able to gain custody of his children. I'm glad Bruce and his family reached this positive outcome, but I know about other grandparents or aunts and uncles or siblings in similar situation for whom things have turned out differently. Those who didn't know how to advocate for themselves and their young, vulnerable family members in order to help keep them and help care for their family. Bruce's story underscores the burdens to kinship care that we should examine and correct. And that's why we're here today with our panel of witnesses to discuss how we can improve the kinship care process. When a child is no longer able to be in the care of his or her parents, every effort should be made to keep the child within the family, assuming those relatives are well disposed to care for the children. Mrs. Peterson, I know you have direct experience with the foster care children. You've covered a lot of things today, as well as dealing with the kinship care process. Can you describe the challenges you faced in going through the kinship care process?
Yeah, as I stated before, just being ignored, not having access to resources, not being made a priority because they knew my sister was safe. It definitely has been an uphill battle to advocate for our family, but more importantly, to advocate for her. I do think that kinship families are often, kinship providers are looked at as lower priority than foster parents and adoptive parents, and that can be really challenging.
Well, and thank you for sharing your personal story with us today and all the details. And it's an issue that in my home state of Kansas we've run into a lot over the last several years in terms of how do we make sure that we do the best job that we can for the children that are in our care. I mean, I know at times different barriers come from a good place, wanting to make sure that we protect and ensure the well-being of children, but too often they end up causing more problems and lead to adverse outcomes. Mr. Geen, how do we strike that balance between ensuring the safety and well-being of children without putting in place unnecessary barriers for things like kinship care when this is the best option for the children?
It is the best option, and I do think research clearly shows that children are safer in kinship care and their well-being is better in kinship care. The question is the licensing process. Fortunately, HHS has new regulations out that gives states flexibility in designing kin-specific licensing standards, and hopefully states will take advantage of that. When there's a concern that a kin can't care for a child, as in your example, what can be put into the home to make it safe? Rather than just say it's not acceptable, work with the kinship caregiver. If they don't have the right space or don't have the right equipment, then provide that rather than cancel them out as an option.
Yeah, and thank you, and thank you for all the panelists. Oh, Ms. Mansfield, did you want to add to that?
Would you mind if I added something to that?
Yes, please, go ahead.
I just wanted to add that one of the challenges that I often see is for the families that we work with and for our own staff, which is at the Women's Justice Institute, mainly formerly incarcerated, that criminal records can be a huge issue. That a grandparent might have had a conviction 20, 30 years ago, and now they're not allowed to be a kinship placement for their grandchildren or somebody for their sibling, something completely unrelated to children. We put these barriers in the way, and then the kinship caregivers don't seek to get assistance because they're scared the children will be removed from them because these unnecessary barriers looking at somebody's record instead of their ability to care for a child.
And thank you all for what you've covered. You covered a wide variety of issues that deal with how do we best care for children. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. And I want to thank all four of you, as we say at home, all y'all. Your stories, your information, and your feedback is so important to us to help. I'm not sure we're solving this as cracking open such a huge, huge issue. I'm a wife, a mother, and a grandmother, which is really cool. But my boys were in lots and lots of sports, and I never knew how many feet would be underneath my table at dinner. Many, many nights there were a lot of extra feet. I had a couple rules. One was you had no hat on your head, you had to wear a shirt, you had to say grace. And so I've always had an empathy for children who may have just been hungry. But the social welfare that we have for our kids, the system is so important to me, and I'm encouraged that our committee is willing to take the necessary steps to discuss what needs to happen. Many children entering the child welfare system have an urgent material need that can be addressed without direct government intervention. In West Virginia, where I'm from, 53% of our foster children are cared for by relatives, often older grandparents like me, who are retired, and they struggle to afford unexpected expenses, things like car seats, formula, things that haven't been in their venue for a while. And given the rural nature of my state, accessing so many of these much-needed resources can be very challenging. I introduced H.R. 476, the Helping Hands Family Act, with Representative Chu, as she mentioned earlier, to be able to use the electronic services and tools that connect families to the essential services that support them online. Mr. Geen, do you believe that providing more flexibility in how Title IV-B services are delivered could better serve the families, particularly in rural areas like West Virginia?
So there's no doubt in my mind that the type of coordination and navigation you're talking about is essential. Essential for the birth parents, essential for the kinship caregivers. My understanding or my read of Title IV-B would say that it is already something that is allowable. So clarifying that with HHS might be a first stop.
Thank you for that. I think flexibility within Title IV-B is hugely important. Another policy that I've worked on with my colleagues would be providing additional flexibility within the court improvement program. The Court Improvement Program helps courts conduct hearings on child abuse and neglect in a timely manner and provides training to judges with trauma-informed care. This will ensure that children who enter these courts have the support that they so desperately need. Along with Representatives Blake and Chu, I introduced the Court Improvement Program Enhancement Act, and it will allow CIP funds to be used towards improving technology support for remote hearings and allow state courts to use the CIP funds to improve parent, family, and youth engagement in their child welfare proceedings. Once again, Mr. Geen, can you speak to the importance of ensuring that everyone involved, like in child welfare proceedings, is appropriately trained, and how more remote hearing flexibilities would allow for a better overall outcome?
Yeah. I think the child welfare system as a whole learned a lot during COVID. The courts, absolutely. And many courts experimented with remote hearings. And my reading of the experience is that it was mixed. They definitely appreciated the opportunity, and it is a vital component moving forward. But it's not a catch-all. It's not a silver bullet. Just because we have a remote hearing doesn't make it a high-quality hearing. And so we need to keep a close eye on what those hearings look like and make sure that everyone involved is trained to use the technology in a way that we're treating families fairly. But as an option, absolutely.
Thank you so much. I'd like to turn to you, Ms. Hilton, now. First and foremost, thank you for using your platform and personal story to bring attention to such troubling experiences that so many youth are actually facing in our foster and residential treatment homes. It's critical that we keep the well-being of children at the forefront of all these discussions, and you have been tireless in turning your personal trauma into advocacy on the behalf of troubled youth. And we hear a lot about the increase in mental health disorders in youth, including disorders like ADHD, depression, anxiety, suicide. In my home state of West Virginia, we also struggle with high rates of substance disorder children and have been fighting the opioid epidemic for years and years and years. And far too many young children are struggling with mental health and unable to get the support they need. Parents are often at a loss as to how to help their children, and they don't really know how to access. How do you think we can improve the support we give to teens and youth to help them cope and to have a healthy transition into adulthood, especially when you're talking about foster youth who've already had so much trauma?
Well, thank you so much, and I'm grateful that we're having this discussion to figure out what kids need. I think that the first step is asking the youth. We should prioritize lived experience voices to ensure that we truly understand what could help them, and then figure out how to do that. I believe youth need access to mental health in their communities, mentorship, and community. We do have a mental health crisis for our kids, and it scares me for my own children. I'm confident that we can bolster support for children and their parents in the community, and will prevent trauma by removing children and placing them in facilities, as no child should spend their childhood in a facility.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Moore.
Well, you all look a lot different down here than you did up there. Thank you so very, very much. Let me start out by just thanking all of the people who are foster parents, including Ms. Hope Peterson here, all the people who make sacrifices to try to prevent abuse and neglect of our children, and just to be grateful that we have a safety net of some type. That being said, I just also want to just introduce myself further. I am the chair of the Congressional Caucus on Foster Youth. And I'm so happy to learn that there are numbers of members who want to join and participate and want to get the education from foster youth. It was a real epiphany for me when I had my first foster youth, and they did turn us on to the notion that we have to dig into mental health, that we need navigators as people age out. So I think that it's really been impactful. And they come on the Hill, and while there are foster kids for one day, they become the teachers and professors. That being said, I have really appreciated all four of you for your testimony today, and we've talked a whole lot about prevention, about focusing on family unification, avoiding congregate care. I guess the thing that concerns me the most is that as I sort of look at, I'm just sort of figuring out how much we spend on this, maybe something between the states and the federal government, over $40 billion on foster care and foster programs, and still that turns out to not be enough in certain categories. And one of the things I'm observing, and maybe Mr. Gein and Ms. Mansfield, you can help me walk through it. Just as an example of the federal child welfare funding by purpose, I'm looking at $11 billion that the Congressional Research Service prepared this memo, and that's not the state match, it's the federal funding. Almost $5 billion spent on foster care for e-money, another almost $5 billion on adoption and guardianship assistance. And so when we start, I can't see that well. So we start talking about prevention services, we're talking about $182 million, or Chaffee services for older and former foster youth to help them walk through, help them transition. We're still only talking about $187 million. So my question to the two of you is, if we are aspirational about wanting to prevent congregate care, to prevent kids from getting in foster care in the first place, how do we dismantle, as it were, the huge amounts of money that is being spent to have this system which involves taking kids away from parents? Mr. Gein, yeah.
So I think this is an issue that our field has been struggling with for years. There's a recognition that we're spending far too much money after the fact and not enough before. I will provide example of Wendy's Wonderful Kids, which I've mentioned before, by providing some upfront investment to increase the capacity of a public agency. The foundation dollars allows the state to move from the status quo to best practice. And then over time, the state then takes up that responsibility themselves without the private dollars. There needs to be a way for states to have the flexibility to turn their system around. If so much money is faced on the foster care and adoption side and very little on prevention, where are the resources for them to make that shift? I will note that the Bipartisan Policy Center has formed a work group focused on financing and accountability to tackle problems exactly like this.
Ms. Mansfield?
Yes, I would echo that, but I would also just say, if we spent the same amount that we spent in stipends and support for foster care families, especially for non-relative families, to invest in families before involvement or in intact family services, we would prevent so much. And instead, there's this judgment given that we can't fund families to keep them together, but that really would be a way to prevent so much.
Amen belongs right there. Just let me say something to Ms. Hope Peterson and to Ms. Hilton. Ms. Hilton, I met you before in Catherine Clark's office, and I've had an epiphany about congregate care for people who are not poor. We're talking basically today about poor children, and you were not poor. But when there's a fracture or a break in the family, predators are easily easy to get in when there's a breakdown because they have the authority. And I'm so sorry that this has happened to you, and I empathize with you, and you know, I'm just delighted that you're using your voice. Ms. Torrey, you were in 12 foster homes. I mean, it's a miracle, a sociological miracle you are, and I just don't think you should have depended on good luck. Somebody just happened to come by and help you. Thank God that they were. But I mean, that's part of the breakdown of our system. That we just have to, excuse me for using your name, we just have to hope that somebody is going to find you and take care of you. We can't, our kids deserve something better than hope. You know, and so with that, Mr. Chairman, I almost made it to ranking member today. But that being said, I yield back.
You spoke the length of a ranking member, so thank you, Ms. Moore. Mr. Kustoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses for appearing today. Ms. Hilton, if I could, to you, could you talk more about your bill, the Stop Institutional Child Abuse Act, and maybe specifically why you think it will make meaningful reforms to congregate care?
The most important thing about the Stop Institutional Child Abuse Act is about transparency and accountability, and people need to know what's happening behind closed doors.
And you believe if it passes, if the bill passes, that it'll achieve that means to an end?
I think it's the first steps to it. I just think it's so important for people to know that, to be held accountable for what they're doing and for there to be transparency. These are our children, this is our future, and there needs to be checks and balances on what's happening to the most vulnerable people in the world.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your story today. Ms. Peterson, thank you also for sharing your story. Mr. Dean, if I could with you, we know in the past few years that the rate of congregate care has declined. Some of this is due to the Family First Act. Now, despite declines, there is a national shortage of foster homes. In your opinion, how do we balance the two?
There has been a steady decline in the number of children in group settings, which is a good thing. We know that far too many children are placed in residential settings, not because that's the type of therapeutic intervention they need, but it's the only place to place a child. And so it is not a question of balancing. It's a question of doing right by children. Children need to be in families. If they need an intervention to allow them to be successful in a family, then residential treatment that is high quality, that is therapeutic, that involves the family is an option. We are facing right now, as you note, a crisis in finding enough places. I think that is twofold. One is we don't invest in enough with kinship care, as we have mentioned. And two, we have a foster parent retention problem. I don't call it a recruitment problem because the data clearly show there are lots of people interested in becoming foster parents. One person's talked about the sacrifice of foster parents. They don't see it as a foster parent, as a sacrifice. They see it as a joy. They get frustrated during their time as foster parents and tend to quit. And it's not about money. Frankly, it is largely about the support they get. And I've listened to foster parents talk to me about how they gave up on themselves, not the children. That they would see children and they thought, I should be doing a better job because so-and-so isn't doing well. And what they really needed was a dedicated worker to listen to them on a Friday night cry because their child that they were caring for wasn't doing as well as they wanted that child to do. They didn't want to give up on foster parenting. And so we do need to do a much better job on retaining the foster parents we have.
Thank you very much. Thank you for everybody's testimony. Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back my time.
Thank you. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. We all know our children represent roughly 22% of our population,
but 100% of our future. I thank you all for being here today to be a voice for them. It is no mystery that our nation is facing critical shortages of foster homes. This has led to children, as we've heard today, in dangerous situations, often sleeping in unsafe places, including hotel rooms and caseworker offices. And if we have discussed at this hearing, any youth treatment facility and congregate care program receiving federal child welfare funds must be meeting the standards of a qualified residential treatment. In addition to concerns of shortages of care options, we must grapple with finding safe and secure placements for children with severe trauma and behavioral issues. No child should fear sleeping in a hotel room or in an office space. We have a role to play in ensuring that our kids are not missing crucial components of their development. I want to start with Ms. Peterson. In your testimony, you mentioned that programs like Title IV-B provide crucial support to both children and their families. You've experienced this both as a foster child yourself in the foster care system and now caring for children in the foster care system. How can programs like Title IV-B be improved to provide the services to help families avoid the foster care system?
What we've witnessed, especially we are from a rural area, is that not every caseworker and county believes and understands that children remaining with their biological family, if safe and if possible, is the best option. It can be really easy to villainize biological parents. And so even when it's possible, they will remove the child. My mom, as an adult, despite what she did to me, I believe deserved compassion because, as I believe you said this, but oftentimes it's the parents that have experienced abuse or that are being abused. And so if we can treat them with the same care that we would treat the child and give them the same resources that we would a child in terms of therapy and help and care, children could often remain with their biological families.
And Ms. Hilton, I want to talk about community-based organizations. Oftentimes, unfortunately, the federal government, the state government miss these signs and signals that they should be catching. And oftentimes at the community level, groups are able to address specific issues that otherwise are missed by our government agencies. As a leading advocate in this space, as you have been, and thank you for talking to our Problem Solvers Caucus last year, by the way, on your bill, how can community organizations and stakeholders be emboldened to be larger voices in addressing problems in the child welfare system and work with the federal government to implement change?
I just want to first thank you for being a sponsor of the Stop Institutional Child Abuse Act. I really appreciate you. And the community organizations that are on the ground working with impacted individuals, they are so important, and we should work with them to ensure that we get the policies right.
Thank you, Ms. Hilton. Lastly, Mr. Geen, we are currently facing a shortage of foster homes and youth treatment facilities not meeting appropriate federal standards itself, and the impact on our foster youth and children, specifically those kids with behavioral issues.
So clearly, children sleeping in hospitals, hotels, or emergency rooms for weeks on end is not right. It's not right. And yet, let me be very clear, the answer is not more residential beds. We need to meet the needs of children in family-based settings. That may include therapeutic foster homes. It may include additional training for foster parents in meeting the mental health needs of children. But it cannot mean placing a child who doesn't need that level of restriction in that type of facility.
Thank you, Mr. Geen. Thank you, all of you, for being a voice for the voiceless. I do appreciate it. And
Could I just add one thing? I just wanted to add that I've worked with many families where the parents had to make the choice because they could not afford the appropriate level of care for their child to reach out and access the child welfare system to say, we can no longer care for our child, we can't afford the treatment that they need. And so there have been some states which have taken the action of making it that you do not have to place a child in foster care for a family to use the resources of foster care. And that then allows for more children to stay while they're accessing those resources in their biological home.
thank you for adding that, Ms. Mansfield. We appreciate it. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentle lady from California, Representative Sanchez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and I want to
first and foremost thank all of our panelists for your testimony today. And Ms. Hilton, when I met you last year, I was impressed by your courage in speaking out in the face of the horrific circumstances that you experienced, and the fact that you're using your platform to be a voice for some of those who are the most vulnerable in our society. As the mom to a teenager, I'm horrified to hear of the abuse that many children go through in the name of, quote unquote, protecting them. So I do appreciate you taking the time today in emphasizing in particular the importance of reauthorizing the Title IV-B program, which I have to say has not seen an increase in funding since 2006. So reauthorizing Title IV-B is a bipartisan effort. You've heard there's plenty of support on this dais for that. But even modest improvements to this program can make a huge difference for at-risk youth. And surely we can all agree here that we need to do better by the children who are put in our care. But doing better by these kids isn't free. We need to increase the funding towards safe and quality programs that ensure children's safety. And we need to be funding programs that stop children from entering foster care in the first place. So things like investing in community-based prevention and protection services, and ways in which we can help keep kids with their parents or their extended family members, or even just within their own communities, I think is really critical. I just want to know, Ms. Hilton, I'll start with you. Would you agree that providing increased funding for programs that help keep kids out of foster care and ensure that they can remain with their families would be a better benefit to these kids?
Yes, I do agree with that. I believe that we need to keep children safe in their own homes and with their families as much as possible. And I believe that we should reauthorize Title IV-B to provide necessary funding to help bolster community resources and to help keep families together.
Is there anybody on the dais that doesn't think that an increase in funding would be helpful?
I will just note that you were being kind in saying that the funding level has remained the same, because after inflation, as I think I mentioned in my written testimony, it has a 14% less buying power than it did back then.
Correct. You are correct. So I think you're all in agreement that not only is it critical to renew the program, but to really put our money where our mouth is when it comes to child well-being. Ms. Manfield, I want to come to you because you mentioned the huge role that poverty plays in the removal of children from their families. And I think you stated that 75% of the children who are in the foster care system, due to a finding of neglect, very highly correlates to poverty. Is that right?
Yes, to poverty as well as to substance use disorders and drug dependencies.
So, would increasing funding to things like SNAP, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or WIC, the Women and Infants and Children Nutritional Assistance Programs, or even programs like Head Start, would those go, do anything in terms of reducing the numbers of kids from poor backgrounds that end up in the system?
Absolutely, as well as increasing funds for childcare so that people can actually work and have safe care for their children, and especially when something happens and they might have to miss work, and not to have to rely on people who then might put them in danger of the child welfare system becoming involved, as well as programs like TANF.
Amen, sister. As a working mom, I totally feel that. It's just interesting to me that we can all agree that keeping kids out of the foster system is the better result, and yet we're not willing to make the investments in the programs that are going to keep those kids out of the foster care system. And before my time has expired, I would be remiss in failing to mention the huge disparities that face children in the foster care system, because we see Black and Latino children heavily overrepresented in the foster care system. And in fact, over the past 5 years, the rate of Latino children in foster care in this country has risen by more than 5%. We need to look at the fact that these issues don't happen in a vacuum. The racial disparities in our justice system, our foster care system, and our economy, they're all interconnected, and they sort of create this perfect storm, which causes parents who can't economically support their kids to have to surrender them into the system. I really believe in early interventions, again, to try to keep kids from ending up in the foster care system in the first place. And I want to thank the chairman for her indulgence, and I yield back.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Greg Stubbe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mrs. Hilton, thank you for sharing your experience with us today. Your testimony is extremely powerful and moving. What happened to you and countless other children is unacceptable and is a moral failing in our country, and we must do better. The Ways and Means Committee has jurisdiction over child welfare programs, and it's our responsibility to ensure that all children in care receive the highest quality care and the taxpayer dollars do not support abusive practices. The 2022 GAO report on residential facilities highlighted the need for improved information sharing, data collection, and best practices between states and residential treatment facilities. We have heard horrific accounts from survivors about their time in congregate care facilities across the country. At the same time, we know that there are many facilities in many of our districts that do crucial work to provide necessary services. I hope that we can work together to both root out abuse and better enhance youth facilities that do good work. However, it's clear better federal guidance and information sharing is needed to root out abuse and keep America's youth safe. Congress has the power to act, and we must exercise our authority to ensure better oversight and accountability of residential youth programs receiving federal funding. Your advocacy has brought these issues to the forefront, and that's why I've introduced a bipartisan bill with Mr. Panetta of California. Our bill, H.R. 8817, aims to increase transparency for residential treatment facilities by developing guidance on best practices for federal agencies and states. The guidance will focus on collecting data and sharing information related to youth well-being in residential treatment facilities, improving data on maltreatment, and enhancing oversight of youth residential programs that receive federal funding. My first question, Ms. Hilton, is do you think it's important that federal agencies work with each other to address these issues?
Thank you. It's so great to see you again, and thank you for your dedication on this issue. By introducing that bill, all the survivors and I are so grateful to you for taking action on this issue. And I believe that interagency collaboration is very important. These facilities treat foster youth, kids in the juvenile justice system, youth with disabilities, and youth with mental health issues. I think all the agencies must work together to address the abuse and neglect that is happening, and we can't fix the issue if we don't look at it as a whole.
I know you've worked with state legislatures to pass legislation for enhanced oversight of youth residential facilities. Can you share any examples of states that have implemented particularly effective reforms?
I know with Utah that we've made a lot of progress with children being able to speak to their families without someone sitting right next to them, also with medical restraints. That's another issue that we have been resolved almost. And yeah, I think it's just important that we continue using our voices so that we can pass this bill.
Ms. Peterson, would you like to add to that? Other states where you've seen reforms that have made effective changes?
I'm not familiar with any necessary policies, but I do believe that it is crucial that children are able to talk to parents, able to talk to caseworkers about the situation in their homes, what their foster parents are doing, what's happening in the residential facility that they're living in, confidentiality and alone, so that they can tell them if anything is happening that's dangerous.
In the time I have remaining, Mr. Geen, is there anything you'd like to add?
So when you talk about accountability, I'd like to point out the data that we tend to lack on the children who experience group settings. One is, who are these children? What are the conditions that led them to these facilities in the first place? We have this assumption that these children have severe mental health needs, and yet research shows that a large percent of them have no diagnosis whatsoever. We tend to think of kids going into group settings after bouncing around from foster home to foster home. Most children who spend time in a group setting do so their first night in foster care. They were never given the chance to succeed in a family. We know that high-quality residential care can usually be delivered within 90 days. 90 days is generally the intervention that needs to take place. and yet the average length of stay in many places is 9 months or more. So we need to understand what's actually happening in addition to the horrific abuse that you've heard about from things. So it's all of that.
Thank you for all the witnesses that are here today. I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from New York, Claudia Tenney.
Thank you, Chairman, and also thank you to the ranking member, and thank you to the witnesses for your really heartfelt testimony and your compassionate view of this really important issue. And it's long overdue that we update Title IV-B in order to combat the many problems our nation's child welfare system faces today, and you've highlighted a lot of those. I really appreciate that. You know, reauthorizing this program will allow us to prevent future abuse and neglect, ultimately mitigating the substantial long-term abuse that you've all outlined today and the costs of current child welfare programs. So I come from the state of New York, where there are over 25,000 children in foster care. Our child care system is plagued with all the problems this committee and all of you have outlined and aim to address in trying to fix this with this reauthorization. High costs, homelessness, challenges entering the workforce when they're completed foster care, and a lack of legal representation, which is something that really hits home to me. When I was a full-time practicing lawyer, I did a lot of pro bono work for the Legal Aid Society in upstate New York, and I worked with families for free on child custody, visitation, abuse and neglect, adoption cases. It is very complex. I had to issue a district that, and in a region that was big cities or medium-sized cities, rural areas, suburban areas, and it was all the same issue coming up, and I really appreciate that. And I wanted to first ask Mr. Guillen, because I know this is what I know it's a huge issue. The administration of the Children and Families Division within HHS has recently finalized a rule allowing states to use their Title IV-E funds to cover legal fees for children and parents involved in these child welfare cases. In response to this rule, I introduced H.R. 8810, the Ensuring Legal Representation for Child Welfare Act, which calls on the states to outline their approaches to providing legal representation and supporting families. The legislation aims to bolster state planning and encourage strategies that enhance family support. Could you tell us how legal representation for children and parents, typically those with legal representation tend to have better outcomes within the child welfare system, and compare those to without? And I know there are a lot of, I love the Legal Aid Society and our ability to give pro bono work, but sometimes it really just helps that we have people that are assigned to these cases.
So I appreciate you raising the issue of legal representation. In my opening remarks, I talked a little bit about the polarizing rhetoric that sometimes gets in the way of bipartisan solutions. And this is an area where I hear some folks talking about parents' rights and other people talking about children's rights, as if they are somehow in conflict. Yet people in the field know that both are required to move a case forward. And the earlier in the process that families are engaged with legal representation, the more likely it is that they're going to have successful outcomes and that the cases will move forward expeditiously.
Well, great. Thank you so much for that. And I wanted to say thank you to Mrs. Hilton for being so such a leader on this issue. And it was really a unique opportunity for me to see you and how well you've done. And albeit it was a Zoom call, but with your adorable son, you're just a loving mother. I have to say that this experience for you must have impacted you so greatly as you've described. But I want to say, you talked a little bit with my colleague about how the bill provides transparency, and you mentioned that Utah is providing some reforms. But what specifically do you think we could do to add mental health and counseling support, and how can we incorporate that in the bill? Along with trying to meet the goals that are already in this reauthorization.
Well, thank you. I enjoyed our Zoom call, and I love your jacket. The sparkles are amazing.
I had a little bling here for today.
Yes. I wanted to find out who made it later.
But I think the most important thing is they need access to therapy, counseling, mentorship, and other community-based programs. And I think it's also important to not label these kids as old or bad. I think it makes these children feel like they aren't believed, and that's something that's important for them to not feel that way. And yeah, I think it's just about showing kindness and love and compassion and support. And giving these kids life skills that they can use in life, because otherwise we're just setting them up to fail.
Did you have access to any of this therapy or anything when you were in your situation?
No, and I was only sent there because I was getting bad grades, I was just ditching classes, I have ADHD, and that was something that they weren't really talking about back then. So somebody recommended that I go to these schools. My parents had no idea. They just thought it was going to be a normal boarding school. And when I got there, there was no therapy. We would just constantly be torn down, abused, screamed at, yelled at, no education whatsoever. I learned nothing there except trauma.
I think my time is run out, but I want to say thank you to you and everyone. You all were terrific. I wish I could have asked you all a question, but this is a great hearing, and I thank you, the chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you.
The chairman now recognizes the gentlelady from Washington, Representative Del Bene, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to all of our witnesses. Thank you for taking the time to join us. In 2021, Democrats expanded the child tax credit through the American Rescue Plan. And not only did this historic piece of legislation slash the U.S. poverty rate nearly in half in just 6 months, but it also enabled parents to pay for essentials like housing, groceries, daycare. And as a result, parents no longer had to fear losing their kids to the foster system due to economic adversity. Ms. Hilton, during your time advocating for children and families, I assume you've met former foster youth who have expressed that they would have been helped by economic support, or that would have helped them avoid being in foster care. Is that true? And if so, do you have any stories to share?
Yes, definitely. I've talked to so many survivors, and that's what they needed. They needed to have that support, and they didn't. And it's just so heartbreaking to know that these kids didn't belong in these type of places just because they lost, maybe their parents did something that they weren't able to take care of them, or one of their family members died, and it was really heartbreaking just to always hear these stories of them not getting any support whatsoever, and then being these innocent kids who were then sent to these places and just being exposed to so many things that no child should ever have to witness. And if they would have just had that support, maybe things could have been different for them.
Thank you. Mr. Geen, from your experience with the Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption, and I know Congresswoman Sanchez brought this up too, how important is securing financial stability for the well-being of families who are at risk of entering the foster care system?
So there's a growing body, and I would call it probably a robust body now, of research that clearly shows that additional financial assistance reduces the risk of child maltreatment. And that's on the front end of the spectrum. Once children are involved in the child welfare system, financial resources are needed to keep kids out of the system and also to make sure that they're cared for while they're in the system.
And what role do you think financial support measures like the child tax credit play in preventing kids from entering foster care? And what are the consequences when these kinds of benefits expire?
So as I said, I think the research is now pretty clear that giving families additional financial assistance reduces maltreatment. If children aren't maltreated, they're much less likely to end up in the foster care system. So there is a direct link there.
Yeah, we have lots of data on the expanded child tax credit and the benefit. And again, kind of following up to something Congresswoman Sanchez was saying, if we invest now and prevent kids from being in these situations, not only have better outcome for our kids, we save a lot of money along the way too. So we can make smart investments, help families, help kids have great outcomes, and be fiscally responsible at the same time. I'm from the state of Washington, and the Washington State Department of Children, Youth, and Families relies on 4B funding to provide critical community services, including family preservation, family reunification, family support, and adoption promotion support. Unfortunately, the allocated 4B grant amounts are often exceeded by the need. Mr. Geen, again, knowing that the intent of 4B is to support more upfront and family-focused efforts, how can Congress ensure that states are receiving the necessary 4B grants and the amounts that they require to be successful?
So I think that we have to understand how Title 4B interacts with other funding streams. 4B is a very small amount of overall investment from the federal government. I think part of the question is how can 4B be a pipeline for the development of programs that then can be funded through the prevention side of Title 4E. So we need to think about these programs together.
Thank you. As Congress looks to reauthorize 4B, what barriers must Congress remove to help states and tribes take advantage of the preventative funding made available by the Family First Prevention Services Act?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, there is tremendous support for the concept, the vision of Family First. People want to believe in prevention, and they're running into real challenges. The clearinghouse, for one, the definitions in the clearinghouse of what it means to be supported, well-supported, promising, are not consistent with other rigorous databases. So we can't just take programs that have already been proven to be successful in other databases and then bring them into the clearinghouse. You mentioned the tribes. A lot of the evaluation criteria within the 4E prevention program are really not aligned with the way that tribes operate. So there's work to be done. And then I've also mentioned the idea of how to provide concrete supports, getting to your financial assistance question. How can we provide that as part of 4E? There's a concern among some that we don't want child welfare to become a parallel financial assistance system. We don't want there to be an incentive to come into child welfare. We're already concerned that too many families are being referred. At the same time, there are some opportunities with limited, time-limited funds to keep families together and out of child welfare that doesn't serve as a magnet. So how can we use the 4E prevention program for that?
Thank you. I yield back, Madam Chair.
I'll remind the members that there's a 5-minute time limit. The chair now recognizes a gentleman from Oklahoma, Representative Hearn.
Thank the chair. Thanks to witnesses for being here today. I really appreciate it very much. I've spoken many times on this committee about the circumstances in my early life which led me to run for Congress. Growing up in an environment that I did, it took hard work, education, and the right opportunities for me to make it to this point in my life. I'm not confident today, where we stand now, that a child growing up today in a similar or other uncertain circumstances would have the same opportunity or ability to achieve the American dream. In 2021, in Oklahoma, over 7,000 children were in foster care, and over 13,000 children were the victims of maltreatment. The vast majority of these cases were neglect. Child welfare programs funded through Title 4B give states the flexibility they need to help their vulnerable children, ideally before they have to enter the foster care system. I appreciate the witnesses being here today to testify so that we can make the necessary changes to ensure we are ready and reaching as many children as possible. One way to do this is by reducing the regulatory burden so that Title 4B funding recipients can spend more time helping children and families and less time wading through the red tape. Right now, child welfare payments are made to tribes through two different funding allocations. One of this goes through states rather than directly to the tribal grantees, an outdated and fragmented system that needs to be updated. In Oklahoma, the larger tribes are already paid directly, while the state must contract with each smaller tribe individually. This process involves determining which tribes are eligible, creating contracts with eligible tribes based on the scope of their child welfare work, facilitating tribes' claims, and issuing reimbursement. The current process is slow and burdensome for most parties, while impacted children are waiting on much-needed help. This is why I'm working on legislation to modernize this funding structure by allowing Indian tribes to be paid directly without decreasing funds to the states. Mr. Geen, You mentioned in your testimony that there is a widespread support for reducing the administrative burden associated with federal funding, particularly for tribes. Can you give us a little more information on that and what you think about the administrative burden as it's impacting states and tribes' ability to provide aid to impacted children?
Absolutely. I've heard tribes tell me that they've declined federal resources because the amount of work it takes to get it is more than the value of the grants. If the administrative burden was related to ensuring that we understood how funds were being spent and holding states accountable, it would be one thing. But as I've mentioned before, to a large extent, many of the reporting requirements we have are nothing more than an exercise of checking a box. And so we do need to talk about accountability. We do need to make sure that children are doing well and that federal resources are being spent effectively. But the burden that we're placing on states is not achieving that, and it's coming at a cost of taking time away from doing the work that we have to do with children and families.
I appreciate that response. What do you see as the policy solution to alleviate the burden, and do you think allowing direct funding to tribes would help mitigate this problem?
I have certainly heard from tribal experts that that is something they are seeking, so I will defer to their knowledge and suggest that that seems to be in line with what they want.
So you don't have any direct solutions at this moment to share?
Again, I would take a look at all of the reporting requirements and say, what is this getting us? Is this really assuring us that we're doing well by these children, or is it making us feel good that we are getting a report or something signed that suggests something is being done?
I appreciate your response. It makes me think of a particular member of Congress that often asks us about the work we do here. Are we doing good? Or are we just feeling good? So I really appreciate it. I yield back. Thank you.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Utah, Representative Moore, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you to Chairman Smith and Ranking Member Neal for holding this important hearing today. Being able to come together to discuss Title IV-B funding is not always the most headline-capturing work that we do here, but it is crucial. This funding provides it's an essential component to providing funding to state courts to enhance their connection with child welfare systems for effective case management and supporting timely hearings for children in foster care. Alongside Representatives Miller and Representatives Chu, I introduced the Bipartisan Court Improvement Program Enhancement Act to promote modernization efforts, including the utilization of technology for remote hearings and best practices. Mr. Geen, I appreciate the work that you do in your connection to the Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption. I had a chance to meet him my senior year in high school. My life was never the same after that. So thank you for working on such an important thing. And I assume with your celebrity status and social media presence, that's why we're experiencing such a high volume of participation and audience today. Can you elaborate, back to this court improvement program, why it's such a critical element for Title IV-B reauthorization and how modernization and technological advancements can further improve outcomes for children in foster care?
Yes, and I'll reiterate a couple of things I said earlier. We focus on the flexibility of 4B, and it is absolutely essential. And yet, there are some set-asides. And Congress has made some really intelligent choices about areas that have suffered from underinvestment and lack of attention. And the Court Improvement Program is one of them. It's a relatively small amount of money, but it is a critical resource to improve the quality of the hearings that take place every single day. When you talk about the technological innovations, I've mentioned this before, that states learned a lot during COVID. They were forced into a different situation, and they had to figure out how to continue to hold hearings in an environment of COVID and safety procedures. And so they experimented a lot. And I think that there's a lot to be learned from that period of time. Court organizations that have looked at those remote hearings have suggested there are some very, very good positives coming out of it, but it's not a universal positive. you still need to hold those hearings in a quality fashion. And so investing in the training and understanding of how to use the technology in an effective way seems like a good investment.
Thank you. And the work that Dave Thomas Foundation for Adoption and other folks that are trying to find your forever families. Ms. Peterson, part of your testimony was really touching, just to hear your struggle and to be able to find that stability in your life. I mean, the negative impacts that take place from timing out of foster care are catastrophic for our communities, for the individual, obviously. So just thank you for your work on that. Ms. Hilton, great to see you again. Thank you for the work that you do, the advocacy work that you do, not only in my state of Utah, but here at the federal level as well. We've had a few chances to meet. From your perspective and interactions with former foster youth, how can federal and state governments better collaborate with community organizations and other stakeholders in our communities to improve outcomes for children and families in the system?
Thank you. So good to see you again as well. And I think it's important for people to work together and figure out ways where they can make the biggest difference. And I think it's important for there to be transparency so that people know what's happening in both places.
Excellent. And as I was mentioning earlier, this isn't the most headline-grabbing topic, Title IV-B funding, but your presence and advocacy also does lend a hand to helping us, get this out there more. So thank you for your voice in this. And lastly, Ms. Peterson, as I mentioned your story earlier, anything you would like to add with the involvement as I talk about state and federal government and local community? Religious organizations also play a big role, and anything that we need to do to make sure that they have a place and a voice in this the outcomes here as well.
Yeah, I'd just like to mention the small percentage of youth who are like me who couldn't go back with their biological parents. I endured years and years of abuse and years of trying reunification in which it didn't work. And I was labeled unadoptable. And I just believe that no child should be labeled that every child is adoptable. And it's why it's so crucial that communities, churches, and organizations come together so that children can be in families.
Thank you so much. Yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman, Representative Kildee, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the chairman and ranking member for holding this really important hearing. It's really important to me personally. A long time ago, my first real job, was working in the child welfare system and working in an agency, the Donald M. Whaley Children's Center in my hometown of Flint, which for 98 years now has been doing an extraordinary job of dealing with the challenges for our most at-risk kids in our society. And I think one of the things that I take away from this hearing, despite the fact there was, I think, really important critique of some of the residential settings, and certainly the life experience of Ms. Hilton points to that. It's important that we recognize that the entirety of the system should be pointed at bringing kids back to a permanent, loving, stable home. Often that means reforming our foster system. Often that does mean also ensuring that when residential treatment is required, and we have to acknowledge that there are conditions where it's required, that it's done so at the highest possible level with the greatest possible scrutiny, with ample funding to make sure that that care is delivered in a way that as soon as possible puts that child in a position to be in a safe and loving home. The entire system needs that attention. I've been happy to work with my friend Congressman Feenstra on legislation to deal with some of that. Our Strengthening Evidence-Based Prevention Services Act, which is legislation that would support families, reduce the number of kids that are in foster care, is a really important step. Back in 2018 also, this committee spearheaded efforts, the Family First Prevention Services Act signed into law, that fundamentally reoriented our child welfare system to keep more kids safely in their homes whenever that is possible. It did that by providing federal funds to states to offer those prevention services that we've been talking about. Our bill would expand access to those services across the country by creating a new grant program to help fill the gaps, and Mr. Geen, you mentioned this in your opening testimony, to help fill the gaps in the research, in the data that we need to see what really does work. So I wonder, Mr. Geen, if you might, in a few minutes, talk a little bit about how investing in that additional research and evaluation would help us overcome some of the barriers to the utilization, the effective utilization of these funds.
There is a frustration amongst the states at the slow progress of programs being approved for Title IV prevention funding. There is a need to figure out how can we speed that process up, how do we invest in the research necessary to turn promising approaches, practice-based evidence into research. And there are opportunities to look at other databases of effective programs and figure out how can we make them available for child welfare. If I might, I do want to comment on your conversation about residential treatment, because I've said this and I believe high-quality residential treatment is life-saving for the children who need it. It is a twofold problem. One is we need to make sure it's only being used when it's absolutely necessary. But when it is used, it does need to be of exceptional high quality. There are people who will grimace related to the QRTP, or Qualified Residential Treatment Program standards. But I will tell you that I feel like they're below the minimum level of what I would consider if I had to place one of my children. So as we look at those standards, consider what those actually do. It is really a very, very low bar.
I really appreciate you making that point. My work experience told me that, is that meeting the minimal standards is not good enough for our kids. We have to have organizations, agencies that have as their aspiration, as their sole goal, to try to lift these kids out of the circumstance they may be in and get them into a permanent, loving family home, and not see it, again, as Ms. Hilton referenced in her testimony, not see it as a business to churn these kids as if they're a product in a material system. These are human beings. Their aspirations are the same as everyone else. Their potential is enormous. I meet kids, of course they're not kids anymore. Occasionally I will meet someone who I think is older than I am, and suddenly I realize it was a child that I may have worked with decades ago, and they recall the smallest acts of kindness that some of us just take for granted as something that we do every day out of hand. The smallest acts of kindness I remembered. Unfortunately, the other side of the coin is also true. They can be hurt by some of the most callous acts of people who don't see them in their basic humanity. So I appreciate this panel. I really appreciate the work you're doing. I'm sorry for going a few seconds over, and I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Still.
Finally, it's my turn, and thank you very much, Chairman Smith, for hosting this hearing, and thank you very much for all witnesses staying how many hours here, so I really appreciate it. But this is a really important issue that I've worked with foster and other at-risk youth in California, and I've been seeing these kids. And thank you, Mrs. Peterson, that you were talking about that. You know, we really have to do the work before, you know, age out of the system, because I saw a lot of kids when they hit 18, and a lot of kids joining gang members, or they become homeless people in California. So I saw that. And thank you, Mr. Geen, that, you know, family setting is much better than group homes, because when I was serving one of the commissioner on Children and Family Center, that, you know, I saw 12-year-old was having second baby. So you know what, it was really shocking to me that, you know, how are we gonna really solve this problem? So thank you for all coming today. We really have to fix this system. And as Congressman Ferguson mentioned, that I recently introduced the Foster Youth Mental Health Support Act. And my bill would create more consistent access to crucial mental health services for children and teenagers in foster system. Many children who have experienced time in foster care system have complex trauma from their removals and changing placements, and sadly, many children do not get access to mental health resources. So, Mrs. Peterson, that from your experience in foster care and as a mother caring for children with complex trauma, what kind of mental health challenges do children in foster care experience?
In my first foster home, there was abuse that happened, and I reported it, and I was placed in a residential facility. And I see now, I always look back on that experience, and I think, wow, I really needed the therapy that was offered to me. But when I look back on that, I also realized that I could have used that therapy in a family setting. It was when I was in a family setting that all of the things that were taught to me and that were spoken over me in therapy, that I was loved, that I was important, that I was chosen, like those things were spoken over me, but I didn't believe them until a family showed them to me. And so I think that's why it's so important. We have to have the mental health services, but we also have to have the family setting that proves to children who they truly are.
Thank you. And Mr. Gain, you highlighted in your testimony that bipartisan has long been a hallmark of federal child welfare legislation. Could you discuss how maintaining bipartisan support is critical for the success of child welfare initiatives and ensuring that children have safe, stable families, and to improve our nation's child welfare system, especially if we want effective mental health services?
I'm going to answer that. I just want to add on to what Tori said about mental health, which is when we talk about mental health, we often talk about, and I hate to use these words because I don't like it, but fixing children, rather than giving them what they need and giving their caregivers what they need. So we need to help parents care for kids. So that is also a part of it. To your question about bipartisanship, first I'll say that this very committee has demonstrated that both historically with legislation through Family First and through the series of hearings that you've had over a year, the importance of bipartisanship. I was very much struck during the landscape assessment we did as part of the Bipartisan Policy Center project, how often there was commonality in a diagnosis of what was wrong with the system and the solutions. And yet it was the language that people were using that made discussions hard. I'll also note the wide variation that we have in states and communities. You're going to pass legislation which will then have to be implemented. It'll have to be implemented in a host of different environments. It is absolutely essential that you get all of those different perspectives as part of the legislative process to ensure that when it goes out into the field to be implemented, that it will meet the local needs.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Ms. Van Dyne.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Today's hearing has given us the opportunity to highlight the important work that this committee is doing to ensure child welfare agencies and those in the foster care system have the resources and the tools that are needed to provide care to those most vulnerable. The reauthorization of Title 4B provides an opportunity to discuss ways in which we can introduce program efficiency and modernize child support programs. During our hearing last November on strengthening child support enforcement, one of our witnesses, Ms. Turetsky, cited the State Department's passport denial program, which prohibits passport renewal or replacement for parents who owe more than $2,500 in child support, as one of the most effective mechanisms that the federal government has to enforce past due support obligations. That's why I introduced the Ensuring Children Receive Support Act to expand this effective program by not only prohibiting renewal of a passport, but by requiring that the passport also be revoked. We need outside-the-box ideas to ensure our children have the resources they need and deserve. And this serves as a prime example of the type of effective child welfare program that we should aim to advance as we move forward with reauthorization. We need to be elevating policies and programs like the passport denial program that are proven to work effectively. Mr. Geen, given your experience, what are some key strategies or policies that you believe could help improve the overall quality of child welfare services? We have heard from some of our members on the other side of the aisle that it's about money, that we need more funds. I can't tell you how often I'm in office and everybody who comes into my office, we need more money. I would remind the panelists, the members here, that a lot of times when we throw more money at a problem, it increases the cost while decreasing the care and decreasing the quality. I can give you examples in healthcare. I can give you examples in education where that's the case. It's not always about the money. Tell me how we can more effectively help the industry and how we can be more supportive without just throwing more money at it.
So I'll start with, I agree with you that it's not just about the money. It's how that money is spent. And so one of the questions is, we talked earlier about the disproportionate amount of federal funds that are allocated for foster care and adoption, and you're reauthorizing a program that is 4% of federal funds for child welfare. How do we figure out a way to be able to incentivize the performance of states to achieve the outcomes we want for kids and still be able to maintain the level of federal investment? Today, if you prevent a child from going into foster care, you actually lose the federal investment on the foster care side by spending prevention money. So that's not how caseworkers think. They don't make a decision based on whether they're getting federal reimbursement. But the ability to keep a child out of foster care is based on what else is out there. And part of the challenge is, as we try to reduce something, we have to increase something else.
Yeah, I appreciate
That's where the new money is actually needed. It's not a permanent increase. It's an ability to shift what you're doing from the status quo to best practice.
All right, thank you. Earlier this year, an alarming article highlighted Texas's expenditure of over $250 million on housing foster children in unsafe, unregulated facilities following the termination of parental rights. Federal court documents and testimonies revealed that these facilities often lacked essential services, including basic necessities such as readily available food and consistent supervision, crucial for the state's most vulnerable foster children. Astonishingly, the budget documented allocated no funds for mental health treatment. Despite extensive documentation, these youths have high mental health needs and exhibit aggression. This situation highlights a challenge that states across the country are grappling with a shortage of placements for foster care with mental health needs. Texas ranks among the top states for kids in foster care with more than 31,000 children in the system, most of whom suffer neglect, drug abuse by a parent, and physical abuse. The further mistreatment and lack of proper care for these kids is inexcusable. Ms. Hilton, from your experience, what are the outcomes for youth placed in these kinds of facilities?
Thank you for highlighting that article, and it's so concerning what foster youth have experienced. The outcomes for this youth are horrible, and children are being abused and dying in these kind of facilities, and just surviving is the best case scenario. I feel grateful where I am in life after my experience, but most don't end up having access to education, and they end up homeless, having trauma, and a high percentage commit suicide because they don't know how to deal with the experience. The government is paying for this abuse, and we must stop it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hilton, and I yield back.
Thank you.
Mr. Byer.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and thank all of you for hanging in for 4 hours already. You're patient and brave. And I also want to comment that I've been really thrilled to listen to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle with the compassion, the concern that they've expressed for this issue. Also, Ms. Peterson, I heartily approve of your faith-based approach to this. I know this is Christianity, but it's also Judaism and Islam and others. I see tons of faith-based nonprofits in the areas I represent committed to trying to lift up everyone. The challenge, of course, for us as leaders in government is that the faith-based things are not enough in our current society. We also have to figure out how do we use government to address this constructively. Ms. Hilton, thank you, too, for your bravery. You mentioned your own traumatic experiences with seclusion and restraint when you were in those facilities. The horrible truth is that so many families are left in the dark about this. When I got here 10 years ago, I inherited a bill called the Keeping All Families Safe Act. We've been working on it for 10 years unsuccessfully. But it's recognizing that there are at least 22 states that have absolutely no guidelines, laws, rules about seclusion and restraint in schools or in other facilities. Many states that do have it, they're insufficient. Can you, in terms of your own experience, how harmful was it to you, or how harmful do you see it for other children to be inappropriately secluded and restrained, and the long-term consequences?
From personal experience, it was extremely traumatic, and just experiencing that on a daily basis, seeing my other peers being restrained, and just for no reason. It was just the power was abused all the time by the staff members, and restraint and seclusion are extremely dangerous, and they create lifelong trauma. Restraints and seclusion have also led to numerous child deaths in these facilities. Like Cornelius Fredericks, he was restrained until he couldn't breathe and died at 16 years old. A 12-year-old in North Carolina facility, just yesterday, his death was confirmed a homicide for staff locking him in a restraint and seclusion tent overnight until he couldn't breathe. Restraint and seclusion are not therapeutic. Ask anyone who's experienced it, and I believe that Congress should do more to protect youth from these practices.
It's very helpful to have you say that and speak up firmly. You know, the U.S. Department of Education's Office of Civil Rights is responsible for collecting all the data, and theirs suggests 2,300 times per school day, on average, upwards of 102,000 students per academic year are subject to the seclusion and restraint. Sadly, we tend to underfund that agency, so we're pushing hard to make sure that it has the resources it needs to do that. How important do you think it is to be able to measure this, to have the federal government have those statistics on the states and schools?
It's extremely important. We need to know what's happening inside the walls of these facilities, as the industry is not transparent. Staff are often taking the easy route of restraining or secluding a child instead of actually helping them. And this causes the child to have trauma, and we must provide them with treatment and not subject them to harm.
Yeah, Mr. Geen and Ms. Mansfield, I'm not sure who's the best to answer this. Years ago, I was a big brother for a young man named Clifford, who was a foster child living in a home that was desperately poor. It was very clear that they took him in because of the cash that came with him. Not that it was a lot of cash, but it was enough to help feed the other 3 children in the household. And yet we hear from Mrs. Peterson today, and I've heard scores of times that the typical foster child experience is to move from home to home to home. And yet, Mr. Geen, you talked about that the problem is retention, not recruitment. How do we deal with the fact, or what's the account for the fact that so many foster children have bad experience after bad experience? Mrs. Peterson, 12 different places, and yet we apparently have a surplus of people that want to be responsible foster parents. This doesn't make sense to me.
Well, let me start by saying that your experience with a foster parent, quote unquote, doing it for the money is an incredibly rare exception. The vast majority of foster parents spend far more on their children than they receive from government agencies. The reason that I say it's a retention problem and not a recruitment problem is the number of people who start inquiring and get involved in foster parenting. If we held on to them, we would have enough homes for every single child in care. Foster parents tend to give up when they don't think they're doing a particularly good job. What they need most is not money. Yes, they do need financial assistance. Many of them are challenged financially. What they need most is support from their peers and from someone who will listen to them and help them care for the child that's been placed in their home.
My time is up, but at some point I'd love to hear from Mrs. Peterson why she gave up on them or why they gave up on you.
Mr. Feenstra.
Thank you, Ms. Hilton, for coming forward and telling your story, writing the book on your memoir. And Mrs. Peterson, thank you. That's a bold step. We're all created in God's image, and we're all children of God. We always have to remember that, so thank you. In 2018, Congress passed the Family First Prevention Services Act, and one of the largest child welfare reforms in state history. The bill represented a shift in how we approach child welfare, recognizing that children do best when they grow up in a family and in their communities. That's so big. We started to focus more on helping strengthen families by responding to the root causes that were splintering them apart and leaving children in the foster care program. The goal of prevention is to help families stay together, and the importance of this has only grown as the foster care program seems to increasingly get strained because of maximum capacity. Mr. Green, you highlighted the successes of the progress of the Family First Prevention Services Act in your opening statement. However, there are still barriers in the full implementation. It's crucial to have a wide variety of evidence-based programs available in the clearinghouse. Representative Kildee and I introduced Strengthening Evidence-Based Prevention Services Act to establish new competitive grant program aimed at supporting prevention programs through research and evaluations, which are required to receive federal support. So my question is this, Mr. Green, do you believe that there's a need for more diverse array of programs in this clearinghouse?
So as a recovering researcher, I certainly support evidence-based policy and evidence-based funding decisions. At the same time, there is absolutely no doubt in my mind that states need a broader array of programs to invest in. What we don't want to happen, and what I fear could happen, is a state looks at the clearinghouse and says, this is what is well supported, so this is what we're going to pay for and invest in, without an understanding of whether these programs actually meet the needs of children and families in their community. And so there's absolutely a need to expand the variety of the programs so that each state and community and tribe can look at their own circumstances and find out what works for them.
And what barriers, so I agree, you and I agree on this, but so what are the barriers? Why aren't we doing this?
So I think there are a number of things. One, it gets down to the way the legislation was written, yep, and the words that we use for promising practice, well supported and supported. There was a period of time when Congress had a temporary authorization to allow states to get reimbursement. Programs were either supported or well supported. Now we're back to what the traditional legislation says, which is it has to be 50% of well supported. This is why I worry about states just looking at those well-supported programs without the knowledge of what do they actually need in their community.
Yep. So, exactly right. So we have 50 states. How do we manage this? Partnering then with the states and their programs.
So I will say there is progress being made, which is good. We are seeing states investing more in prevention through 4E. There are growing numbers of programs being approved by the clearinghouse. I do think reauthorization of 4B plays an important role here. States can use 4B to test a program that's not yet approved on the clearinghouse. They can test it, they can say, yeah, this meets our needs, and then hopefully it will get through the approval process. I do think that approval process needs to be sped up.
Yep, thank you so much for that. Mrs. Peterson, I just got a question after Congressman Kildee noted. So if you had to look back, okay, look back and you were in, what, 12 homes or something like that? What was the root cause, of these families and changing homes and all this stuff? I mean, do you have any solutions to say, all right, we don't want this for other children? What happened to you?
Yes, my time in care, the second time I went into care, I was in care as a teenager. And we know that teenagers, it is hard to find placements for them, more so than it is young children. Teenagers in foster care are stigmatized and viewed very unfairly. I was a 4.0 student, I was a good athlete, and it was hard for me to find placement, and it was hard for me to retain placement because foster parents want to adopt little children. And so little children would come into the home, and then I would be moved to the next home. And there's a lot of rules in the foster care system revolving youth in foster care, and the Normalcy Act passed, which I mentioned earlier, after I had emancipated, but a lot of those rules I didn't follow, and I would be kicked out of homes. Those rules were rules that my peers did not follow because they weren't putting me in danger. They were just, I wanted to have a normal experience as a teenager, as any teenager would, and so I was either usually moved out because the family was establishing their family through adoption or because of rules that I didn't follow.
Thank you for that. We need solutions, and I yield back.
Mr. Carey.
I want to thank the chair, and as a point of personal privilege today, My mother and father were divorced when I was probably no more than 3 or 4 months old, but today is my mother's birthday. So I'm not sure how many people are watching C-SPAN, but I know that she is, so happy birthday, Mother. Listen, I just want to tell you, this is some of the bipartisan stuff that many of us got elected to Congress to actually do. Many of us don't like to shout at the rain all day. We want to find solutions. And I wish that many of you could join us for our lunch in between. You know, I was with my dear colleague on the Democratic side, Schweikert, and we had a great discussion about this issue, not for the cameras, but I just want you to know that there are people in Congress, whether they're Republican, whether they're Democrat, whether they're independent, that really want to keep this country moving forward. And this is a big issue that we do have bipartisan support. So to that end, Mr. Chairman, I also want to thank you for having this hearing. I want to thank the ranking member as well. But I also want to thank the witnesses for being here today to discuss this critical need to reauthorize the 4B of the Social Security Tax Act. Last week, alongside my dear friend, Representative Larson, I introduced the Promoting Community-Based Prevention Service